We have 5 more. Hi, Kim.
Don't.
Okay.
I think he's here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I say. He's here.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Changa.
Hi, good morning,
Changa.
Desh.
Good morning.
Good
Let
morning.
me introduce Changa is from Bhutan, the country coordinator. The new country joining us, the Globe program in Asia Pacific region. Changa, can you on your camera so that can people see you?
Uh, I am yet to set up the camera, so I am trying to figure out what's wrong. So can you give me a few minutes?
No problem. Yes, because I wanted you to introduce with everyone. Hi,
Okay,
Changa. Good
good
morning.
morning. Good morning to everyone. It's really nice to see you all. Sorry, Desh, I couldn't join you yesterday because I was having some meeting, so
No
important
problem.
meeting. So because of that,
We
I
have,
couldn't
we
join.
have a recording. You can see the recording, and that was shown on the Facebook Live also.
Okay, thank you for sending that.
And very interesting for everyone. We had around 7,000 people visited Facebook Live yesterday. Few 7,000, good number.
Yeah, it's a huge number actually. Yeah.
Yes. Is Tony joined?
No, not yet.
Should we send you a message? Can we start? Yeah.
Okay, can we start now, Dr. Dash? Okay. Professor Dr. Chukit Limpi-Jamnong, President of the Institute for the Promotion of Teaching Science and Technology. Dr. Desh Bandhu, President of Indian Environmental Society and coordinator of Globe Asia Pacific Regional Coordination Office. Globe Asia Pacific Country Coordinators, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of Globe Asia Pacific Virtual Regional Meeting 2022. We learn, we do with Globe, to be held from 24th of January to 26th January 2022, entirely online via Zoom video conference, hosted by Globe Thailand, the Institute for the Promotion of Teaching Science and Technology, or IPST, and Globe Asia Pacific Regional Office, sponsored by Globe Implementation Office. My name is Samonsi Kampai. I'm very pleased to be a master of ceremony for this opening session, as well as the country coordinators meeting today and tomorrow. Today, we will have an opening ceremony, then followed by Globe Country Coordinator report. And after the lunch break, we will resume in the afternoon to continue Globe Country Coordinator report session. I think we are ready for the opening ceremony of Globe Asia Pacific Virtual Regional Meeting 2022. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Chukit Limpi-Jamnong, the President of the IPST and Country Coordinator Globe Thailand, to give welcoming and opening remarks. Please welcome Professor Dr. Chukit Limpi-Jamnong.
Hi, Dr. Tony Murphy, Dr. Desh Bandhu, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Institute for the Promotion of Teaching Science and Technology, or you know as IPST, and Globe Thailand's country coordinators, I would like to thank you all for participating in the 2022 Globe Asia Pacific Virtual Regional Meeting today. And also welcome you all to this year's Asia Pacific Country Coordinator Meeting. As you all know, Thailand signed a cooperation agreement with the United States to join the GLOBE program as its 85th member on 30th September 1999. And IPST has served as the country coordinator. This year, IPST, in collaboration with Dr. Desh Bandhu, President of Indian Environmental Society and coordinator of GLOBE Asia Pacific Region Coordination Office, and Dr. Tony Murphy, Director of GLOBE Implementation Office, we organized the 2022 GLOBE Asia Pacific Virtual Regional Meeting, running from 25th to 26th January 2022. IPST is honored to be a co-host with the Growth Asia Pacific Regional Office for the third time. The previous meetings we did in 2012 and 2016. Those meetings were of great success and received positive responses from the participants. This time, unfortunately, due to the pandemic of COVID-19, we have to change from the face-to-face meeting to virtual meeting. So we cannot meet you all in Thailand. With the attendance of coordinators from 19 countries in the Asia Pacific region, these 2 days virtual meeting is to exchange experiences in the implementation of growth activities between members countries in the Asia Pacific region and keep up with the growth working group and the growth implementation office. IPST is the main agency to lead the transformation of science, mathematics, and technology education that supports students to reach their potential and become literate citizens and leading scientists in Thailand, with an emphasis on nurturing youth to the development and promotion of educational materials and media, learning processes, and management, high-quality teachers. IPST aims to enhance Thai education to be on par with international standards and strengthen youth competency-based competitiveness in the current rapidly changing society. We all know that we are in the VUCA era. Over the past 22 years, that IPST has participated in the growth program. We are committed to developing natural science education by using inquiry-based learning and promoting growth, environmental measurements, and data collections in each locality and exchange the data with group members worldwide. We also promote science, mathematics, and technology learning and develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills through research work and focuses on learning about local environmental problems, engaging in solving the problems and developing students' important competencies. Growth Thailand has received a great cooperation from all sectors, including 25 universities across the country, schools, and related agencies that provide continuous and strong support for the implementation of growth activities. Currently, there are 955 schools in Thailand participating in the programs. Students in Thailand are able to disseminate their research findings in an international platform. For example, presenting research findings with regional group members such as Taiwan, India, Nepal, Republic of Korea in the group student exchange program and showcasing their research work at the group annual meeting in the United States. With the past cooperation to strengthen the growth program in the Asia Pacific region, I truly hope that we all will continue to promote the learning of local environment through collaboration between students, teachers, scientists, and communities to raise awareness of local environmental conservation and understand environment at the local, regional, and global levels. I hope that this meeting will be a great success to create strong cooperation and approach that will support the implementation of the growth program in our region. On this note, I declare the 2022 Growth Asia Pacific Virtual Regional Meeting open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Chukilin Pichanong, for the welcoming and opening remarks, which address the Growth Thailand collaboration with Growth Asia Pacific Office to host the meeting for the third time, first in 2012, second in 2016, and this year, 2022, and using GLOBE to promote scientific learning in school for 22 years and continuing to encourage students, teachers, scientists, and community to explore their local environmental to raise awareness for local, regional, and global. And we have another opening remark and GLOBE program update by Dr. Tony Murphy, the Director of GLOBE Implementation Office, the United States of America. I hand over the stage to Dr. Tony.
Great. Well, thank you. And it is a wonderful to be able to see people, as I said last night, during the student presentations and the other presentations, given the circumstances that we are in. It is still wonderful that we can connect with one another and see one another and talk with one another and collaborate. And I would like to echo also what was just said about collaboration, and your region already has such wonderful examples of collaboration, and you have a very strong foundation. And I want to congratulate all of you, all the country coordinators that are here from the different countries. And I think there's 11 or 12 that are here tonight. And it really is a testament to your engagement in the program to be where we are today. And I know that we are disappointed that we cannot meet in person, because it's always wonderful to do that. But it still is incredible when you look back, especially on the last 2 years, what you all have achieved, and how Desh and his team has supported that work over the last 2 years. It's been pretty incredible to realize that we are still a very strong group. You are still a very strong region within the group. And I would almost say stronger, in fact, in many ways, because of the collaboration and some of the work that has been done through the monthly meetings that we never had before prior to COVID. But as a result of COVID, having these monthly meetings and the monthly education, professional development that Desh organizes for all of the country coordinators and teachers who can join and students who can join, this was something that we had never really thought of before. And I think it has really increased the engagement and the collaboration between teachers, students, scientists, and country coordinators, and between countries across the region. And so I just want to say from the GLOBE Implementation Office, thank you all for all of your work over the last 2 years in particular. And you know, the last time we met was in India, and little did we know at that point that you know, we would not be meeting again for a while, based on COVID. And we were actually listening to news reports at that time about COVID and its appearance in the region. And so over that length of time, things have changed a lot. But the one thing I think that is very solid is your commitment to the program and your engagement in the program. And so thank you for being here over the next 2 days. And thank you for all of your work. And a special thanks to Desh and the Regional Coordination Office and Henna and all of the folks there who work very hard to get these things together. And we've had 2 events in January, which I'll talk about in a minute. And we over here in GIO have been involved in those as well. And they've been late nights for us, but that's okay. We can sleep lots over the weekend to catch up. So, but again, I'm looking forward to hearing some of what you've been doing over the last year in your countries. And because I do know that people are still active, and we can see from the wonderful research that was wonderful last night, seeing those students present their work and their research and their interest in science and their interest in GLOBE. It was a wonderful way to open the meeting. And I really want to give a shout out to all of the teachers that were involved with those students. And I'm sure there are many, many more that were not presenting last night because we only had 10. But, you know, that kind of enthusiasm, even in this time that we're all going through, is wonderful to see. And a lot of that is your work that you do with the teachers in your countries. And so I wanted to thank you all for that. And I'm very happy to be able to be here at the Asia and Pacific Annual Regional Meeting hosted by the Institute for the Promotion of Teaching Science and Technology, or IPST, and the Asia and Pacific Regional Coordination Office. So thank you for all of your work in pulling this meeting together. And if I can go, go on to the update, if that's okay, or should I do that?
In program, you can continue to update.
Okay, okay. So let me just share my screen here, and I can get into this. All right. So I'm sharing, and I'm going to that out here. And can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this is where we are, and we are, of course, some hours behind you over here in the US, but the meeting is from the 24th to the 26th. And again, I just wanted to kind of capture some of the highlights here that are of the meeting so far. And the presentation, certainly last night, the two presentations and the student reports were a wonderful way to begin the meeting and to show that, you know, GLOBE is very alive and well in the region and doing very, very well across numerous countries. And so it was a great example of teachers and students working together as well. And we've heard a lot about collaboration already, and that is a wonderful example of the collaboration. And I really like the theme that you all developed for this as well. We learn, we do with GLOBE, and that is a wonderful sentiment. And again, it was clearly visible last night with the students who presented their work. As I said, your region is very active, and there's a lot of collaboration already going on. This meeting is one aspect of that, but you know, some of the other pieces, the student exchanges and so on, that have been a cornerstone of the region since these kinds of collaborative initiatives began, has withstood as well, and hopefully will continue after the pandemic is done. And also then, you know, the monthly meetings, as I said, have been critical, I think, and actually have increased the engagement quite a bit across your region, but also across the other regions, because each of the regions also has access to that Zoom capability. One of the things that I just want to point out to you as how I'm organizing the presentation here is, you will see down in the lower left-hand corner that it says community goal, and this ties to the strategic plan, which I know I'll be presenting a little bit more detail tomorrow night. But you will see that as I go through the presentation, I'm also labeling them in relation to the strategic plan and the goal that this kind of work falls under. So some of the updates, and let me see here. There we go. So the GLOBE family continues to grow, and we're very happy to welcome Bhutan in the Asia Pacific region. And I hope that the country coordinator is with us tonight, Changda. If you are, wanted to thank you for all of the work that you did a number of weeks ago as we were training some teachers virtually in your country. And this is the first time that GIO has really been involved in a large virtual training like this with a group of teachers. And there was a lot of planning went into that training, and we'll also be doing a follow-up with some of those with the teachers at a later date. But also a big thank you to the training team, which had people from trainers from India. Dr. Garg, if you're there, thank you very much for that. And to Chris and Malika from Thailand. It was wonderful to have them on board. And then Todd Toth from the US was also involved in that team. So thank you to those folks for being involved in that. And a big thank you to Desh and his team again for organizing that event. It did take quite a bit of time to get that set up, and it had moved a little bit prior to that because of instrumentation and supply chain issues, but we finally were able to run it in January. And then also to the GIO folks that were involved in that as well, a big thank you for that, for running that meeting. And so we have a new country, new teachers, and we also are getting some data already from Bhutan, which is wonderful to see. Also, we have, oops, go back here. As I said, the family continues to grow. And as you look at, I just took this snapshot today of the data and the number of schools and teachers across the region. And we have over 37,000 globe observers out of a total of 222,000 globe observers at the moment in the program, but we're also seeing increases in schools and teachers as well. One of the things, and I'll talk about this a little bit more tomorrow night, is the data that has been coming in from all around the world, all around the globe countries. Really has not seen a significant dip because of COVID. And again, that is a sign of the strong involvement and engagement of students and teachers in the program and continuing to enter data. We also have automated stations, of course, that are entering data. But again, you know, from the overall view of data, there hasn't been a significant dip in the input of data per month into the system. And right now we ingest about 1.5 million measurements per month, which is pretty amazing, and has increased dramatically over the last number of years, actually, in fact. Another way our family is growing is that we have a number of new people at the Globe Implementation Office in Colorado. You all met Sky last night, who's the new assistant director, and it's wonderful to have Sky on board. I've never had an assistant director before since I took over the office in 2012, and it's been a struggle at times. So I'm very happy to have Sky on board, and she's a great help and a great strategic thinker and helping the office move forward. And hopefully then that will transfer, and we're planning that that will transfer into the community through some of the new initiatives that we're working on. And we are looking at climate awareness and science data literacy with a focus on data visualization as one of the new initiatives within the office, which I said will also pan out into the general community as well through some of the products and activities that we'll be doing. And then if you want to see who is in, and can you all see the website, or have I gone off?
Tony, you have to stop the presentation share, and then you have to share the
And then
browser
share
that you
the
are
screen.
using.
Okay. All right. So let me do that really quick here. And I just want to show you where the how you can see some of the new folks that are at the office. And all right, so can you see the website?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to the About section, the link is also in the presentation, but if you go to the About section and you can click on the Global Implementation Office, it will bring you to this, this page, and you can click on each of the different areas here, and they will show you our wonderful pictures and images, and you can go down through each of the areas and look at who the new folks are. We have about 4 new people in the office, and many of those are replacing for positions for people who moved on to other positions. And so you can see here who those folks are. Many of you will probably know Roller and Eslam, and Lynn would be another person that you would be familiar with. So that is we're all here, and as I said, a number of new people that have come on board with different specialties, and are helping to improve the website and also look at social media and so on. So if you are interested in any of those areas, you should feel free to contact people as listed here. So I will stop that share and then go back here to the presentation. Okay, and you can all see that, yes? Yeah,
Yeah, but
PowerPoint?
it's a presenter view. You have to change it to the if you
Oh.
are want to show it that.
Let me see here, the presenter view. That is interesting. Okay,
Maybe at the top there, Tony, use slideshow.
Yeah, use slideshow on the top of your screen
Oh,
where
on
there is a
the,
timer going on.
Yep. Okay, got it. Thank you. These buttons go all over the place. So, all right. Well, thank you for that. And one of the big events, of course, coming up in the next.
Tony,
couple
sorry
of
to
months.
interrupt, but we can't
Yeah.
see it. Yeah.
Oh, you
The
can't
screen
see
is not
anything?
working. No.
Oh. Okay, let me stop the share 1 minute here. I guess I'm not going to come out into the okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, there's too many tabs open on my laptop. So one of the big events, of course, that's coming up pretty soon is Earth Day, and April 22nd, it is the birthday of the program, and a very significant day for us on many different levels. We will be looking at doing some sort of a community event tied to the new initiative around climate awareness on that day, and actually prior to that day, because we want to videotape some of that so that it can be shown on Earth Day. So we will be sending details out hopefully in the next couple of weeks around that. So stay tuned for information on that event, and it will be also the day of the drawing for the IVSS. And for the students that will have achieved the number of badges in the IVSS that will get them into that pool for the drawing. And then, and I'll also talk a little bit about IVSS in a minute, but also the student vloggers, and you may have seen some of those student vloggers stories on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. If you have not, I would encourage you to go and look at those. They are some wonderful stories from the students' perspective, and there will be a new crew of those coming on board on Earth Day of 2022. So also stay tuned for some of the information around that. The IVSS, the International Virtual Science Symposium, as you probably know, is in full swing right now. In 2021, we had 242 projects. That is a slight dip, not very significant from the previous year. I think it's about 10 projects overall. But we had 242 submitted from 20 countries. 79 projects had achieved that 4-star student research badge status. And so we're eligible for the drawing that happened on Earth Day. And so 7 projects were selected to receive stipends, 1 from each region. And if you're interested in some more information about the current IVSS, it's available here on that link. The final date for submission of projects this year is March 10th. And then there will be the judging period for a few weeks. And then, as I said, the drawing will happen on Earth Day for those students that will present at the at the annual meeting this in July. And just a little bit about the student vloggers. So this was a new initiative that we did with the students last year. It was a pilot and we wanted to see how successful it was, and it has been very successful. The students have created some wonderful, wonderful videos that are on our YouTube channel. And as I said, if you haven't seen those, I would certainly encourage you to do that. 2 students from each region were selected in a selection process that included the students sending in some video that they had produced themselves and so on. And the 2 students from the Asia Pacific region are from India and the Philippines. And we try to keep the student gender balanced of 1 male and 1 female, but that depends on the entries that we get. And so in some of the regions, there may be 2 females or 2 males, but we do try to have a gender balance between the students. And so that's 12 students in total from across the 6 regions. And they document through videos what they're doing, what they're learning, and what they're discovering with Globe. And it really is pretty interesting what they talk about and the topics that they look at, and their expressions around the impact of Globe on their life and on their education, but also on their everyday life. And it's pretty amazing to hear them talk about that. So as I said, there will be another group of these student vloggers coming on board around Earth Day, and we will be making that announcement as well during the Earth Day event that we'll be hosting. So you can see already that there's a number of different pieces that will be within that event. The IVSS drawing, the student vlogger, the new student vloggers coming on board, and then also this event that we're going to have across the Globe community to really look at getting re-engaged a little bit more as people re-emerge from the pandemic, and continuing that engagement and really tying that to one of the new initiatives that we're looking at. And in this case, it will be that climate awareness and literacy, data literacy piece. So stay tuned for more details on all of that for Earth Day. A lot of you probably have heard about the Globe Trainer certification process and the new web pages and so on that are available to people, and the new process that we have set in place with the data information systems team, David and his team at SSAI. And we really are trying to make this process as seamless and as easy as possible. So if you have teachers who are, for example, interested in becoming a trainer, they can submit their application through this Globe Trainer page that's on the website. And the process that is followed is outlined here. There is an involvement of the education working group, which is something new. And you may remember that we've been talking about this for a number of years, and the education working group was working on it for a number of years as well to try to get it to this point. And so we're now at the point where trainers can be accepted. Their applications can be accepted through the website. Also, mentor trainers can be accepted. So we are moving away from the term master trainer to mentor trainer based on some of the guidance of the education working group. And it's a slightly different process than what a master trainer would have gone through before. But again, we are really looking at building capacity within regions around trainers and training. And hopefully this process, and we're working out some kinks in technology pieces and so on, but overall it's running pretty well. The documents, after they've been approved by the country coordinator, go up to the education working group for approval for the person to move on in the process. And then a mentor trainer is assigned to a trainer candidate. And that certification process continues with that mentor trainer. And once they get to a point where that certification process comes to an end, the person will either be recommended by the mentor trainer to the country coordinator and to the education working group that they become a trainer. And then they will become a trainer at that point. There may be some areas that the person has to improve on. And if that's the case, those areas will be noted in feedback to the trainer candidate. And once those areas are improved on, then the person can become a trainer as well. And it's a very similar process for mentor trainers. So all these are links, active links to the sites and to the document and so on. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions at any points about this as the couple of days go on. So if you want to go look at that today or after the meeting, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Or the education working group member, who's Rod, I believe, can also answer those questions, any of those questions that come up on that. So the other big piece that you've probably been hearing about over the last number of years is the protocol deactivation. And there have been a number of protocols that have been identified and recommended by the science working group to be deactivated. And what that actually means is that you will not be able to enter data for those particular protocols. The data that is already there will stay there, so people can still access that data. All of the learning activity, anything about the protocol will still be on the site and available to people. It's primarily that you would not be able to enter data for that particular protocol. And those decisions on deactivation were made on a number of different criteria that the working group developed. Some of those were instrumentation being outdated or not available for some of the protocols, that there just wasn't enough interest in some of the protocols, that they were being actively used. There were various other issues that were involved with the protocols. And so this in a way just turns off that data entry capability for the protocol. Now in a couple of years, let's say that one of these protocols was deactivated because of a piece of technology that became outdated for some reason, or not available at all to schools, and a new instrument became available, then that protocol with some changes and modifications might be reactivated within the program. And so there is a possibility of that depending on the reasons for the deactivation in the first place. And right now, GIO and SSAI are creating a plan and a timeline to deactivate the protocols, and we'll keep the community informed of all of that as it progresses. So while some protocols are being deactivated, there's also a protocol proposal process that's being developed, and there is an existing protocol proposal process already available within the program, but it was written before the science working groups came, or any of the working groups came into place back in 2013. So that proposal process is being reviewed and revised, and if any new additions need to be made to that, that will happen. The science working group is looking at what are the characteristics that make a protocol a GLOBE protocol. And so they're looking at those, at developing a set of criteria and a checklist that we can use as we look at, is this a good protocol for the program, for the community? Will it work well? Where might we have difficulties and so on? So that will be very helpful as new protocols are proposed by various people, and we know that there's a number of those that are out there. The microplastics, there's a lot of interest in that. We know that there's a number of air quality measurements that people are very interested in. And so we really want to get this process going this year, hopefully. It'll probably be towards the end of the year, I'm assuming, once we go through all of the iterations on it. But we're excited about getting this process in place. And it will follow a similar process to the other programmatic changes that have happened over the last number of years. The working group will work on it. It'll come into GIO. It will go out to the community for comment, and then come back into the working group and have some iteration, I guess, on the process if it's required. And then it will go to the GLOBE program office at NASA headquarters for final approval. And so, as I said, that will hopefully be available by the end of the year, and people will start looking at if they're interested in proposing protocols to the program. That can happen at that point. So any questions? There's a lot of information there on those two pieces, the training and the protocol changes. Any questions on those before I move on? Okay. The GLOBE Programs app, GLOBE Observer, as many of you know and use, there has been a lot of work going on with that app over the last number of years, and those enhancements and changes will continue to happen as new information and so on comes into play on those and around the 4 current protocols that are in the app. There also are a number of campaigns or challenges underway, and you can check out those on the web pages that are within the GLOBE program site. And then there's also a pretty extensive list of publications from the GLOBE Observer team that are available on the website as well, if you're interested in publications, and publications as well from outside the team. So all of those are available on the publications site. And David often says that I steal his thunder in relation to technology. So I'm just going to say that there will be more extensive updates from him tomorrow on the data information systems and what's happening on the website. as well as the app. So David will have time tomorrow to walk people through those changes that are happening. And a number of reminders to you all that, and I know that we will have some briefing from the working groups, the representatives for Asia Pacific on the working groups, which is great at the meeting. But just to kind of remind everybody of the purpose and the work of the working groups, they have been critical to the movement of the program, particularly since they came into effect, naturally enough, but they've also taken their work very, very seriously. And I want to thank any of the working group members, past or present, that are here at the meeting for their work and their dedication to the program and to the community, and really having the best intentions for both the community and the program at heart as they do their work. And they're very much an unseen group, and we'd like to make them a little bit more seen in the community because of their efforts. But also, you know, we do have a nomination process every year for working group members. Not every working group will have a new position available every year, but we do have positions that come up for new working group members to come on board. And the only way that we can really, or one of the ways that we can recruit people for that, is for really you all to recognize the good work that the working group members do and the importance of that work. And it is very, very important. The teacher certification process, the deactivation process for the protocols, some of the other pieces that they're working on within technology, the advice that they give to Dave and his crew on the technology aspects in the technology working group. We have our new DE&I, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Working Group, which are also who are also doing a lot of work around those issues and looking at the challenges of translation within the program and so on. And evaluation is also, and we have Yogendra, I'm assuming, is here, and he's the new chair of the evaluation working group. They all do wonderful work, and we are looking at broadcasting that work in a number of ways. The news brief is certainly something that we're going to focus on as a way of getting that communication out. The working group members themselves write blogs about the work that they're doing in their working groups, and that's very, very important because they're the ones that are doing the work, and they can express it and explain it best to the community. And then presentations like at the annual meeting and so on, or here at this regional meeting. Some of the ways that we've expanded with the working groups on their behalf and at their behest is we now have a number of new pages within the Globe website for working group products. And so we are also, because of their feedback, giving or setting aside an area within the website and some of the backbone for that. We're giving members access to an area where they can work together, where they can, where they can work together and where they can edit documents and review documents and so on in a shared space. And so that will be in a Google format. And so for that, members will need a Google account to be able to access that and really to be able to participate in it. And then we have had some new members that have come on board. They joined this month, and they will attend meetings starting from January. And typically the term of service on a working group lasts anywhere from 1 to 3 years, depending on the capability and the freedom, I guess, of the working group members of their time. We realize that this is a volunteer position for the members, and it does take time from your everyday to do some of the work that the working group gets involved in. And so again, we thank people for their service. It's very, very important to the community, to the program, to GIO, to the Globe Program Office at NASA. And we really thank people for doing that. And as I said, the groups have been instrumental in changing the direction of the program since they really were set up in 2013. So thank you for all of your work. And if you haven't been on a working group and you have any inclination after what I've said here, please, there is, and this is linked here to the working group pages, but there is a section under community and people for working groups. And you can see who your representatives are on the 5 different working groups from Asia and Pacific. And they're the people that you should really talk with as an opening piece, perhaps if you have some ideas or you're interested in something that you think might be beneficial to the program at large in that particular area. So whether it's science or education, technology, evaluation, or DE&I, you should reach out to your rep on those working groups and talk with them and say, have you ever considered this for technology? Or as we move forward, these groups will continue to play a very important role in the program. A couple of other reminders: the annual survey has gone out and has been distributed to people. So if you're a country coordinator and you haven't received your annual survey yet, please let Desh know or let us know at the GIO, and we will get a copy to you so that you can complete that. And this is very, very important. And I'll come back to this again tomorrow night as I talk about the strategic plan. It is one of the most important data sources that we have for your work as a community and as a region. And so it is extremely important that you do complete that survey. We do use the information from it. And these are just some examples of, we used to put up a slide deck onto the Globe website. And that was, I would often use that slide deck at the annual meeting to talk about what was going on, how we were working towards the strategic plan and so on. When we looked at the downloads for those, that slide deck, it was quite low. So we are using a different tack on trying to get this information out to you. And so we developed a series of infographics, and I'll talk a little bit more about those tomorrow night. But these are freely available on the website, and they're for the program at large. They're not really broken down by region, but they are very, very interesting when you actually look at them and the information that's portrayed in them. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as well tomorrow night. So just to recap on some of these pieces and to inform you about some others. So Earth Day 2022, stay tuned for information on the event. And of course, the IVSS drawing is a very important aspect of that. There are a number of campaigns and in the region as well. You all have some additional campaigns that are running, but here are some of the list of different campaigns that are going on. There's the Mission Mosquito is one of the ones that I know there's a lot of input and data entry from your region into that particular campaign that's going on. And then also the Trees Around the Globe is another one that is programmatic wide, I guess. And so there are also possibilities for you to be involved there if you're not. the Globe annual meeting, I assume, or I hope that people saw the announcement that we sent out last week. And, you know, none of us are, we all want to get back to a in-person meeting position, but given where we are at this point in time and contracts with hotels and safety for people and travel for people, the availability of embassies in some regions that would allow people to get visas, we were really concerned that we would have a small meeting and a meeting that would be focused on maybe 1 or 2 regions as opposed to, you know, all 6 regions. And I would really, it would be nice if in our first annual meeting face-to-face that we have as many people as possible and as many representatives as possible from the different regions, because we are a community, we are a family, and we want to meet each other and we want to greet and network and collaborate. And so we really do need, again, to have this as a virtual meeting, you know, and until the pandemic gets under some control, you know, we will be facing this at least this year as well. So the dates are the same. We are looking at trying to have as effective a meeting as we had this past year for the annual meeting, which had a lot of community involvement. So we still want to have that involvement online. We're looking at changing things slightly, but all of those details will be advertised to you and will be distributed to you once we get them down in more detail. But I just, you know, health and safety is primary importance in this, and also getting representatives from every region to the meeting would also be a very high criterion for us to be able to meet. So if we had an annual meeting with just people from 1 or 2 regions, I don't think it would be very successful, and trying to then dial in people and bring people in virtually from other areas around the world at different times, it gets very complicated. So that meeting will happen January 24 through 29. As I said, once we get some more details in place on that, we will inform you and let you know how that's going to run this particular year. And then finally, also as a reminder, there is a publication entry and access page that you can enter publications. If any of you have put publications out into an article, into a journal in the form of an article, but also presentations at conferences and so on, whether they're virtual or face-to-face at this point, those can also be uploaded into this publications entry and access page. So that link here will take you to that. And Henna has a copy of this, so she'll be sending this out to people as well. If you want to get access to those particular links that are in here. And just a look at our different regions. And here we have Asia Pacific and we have our countries, and we will be updating this because we have, and I don't think Bhutan is in here. So we will be adding Bhutan into that. And then we have a possibility of 1 or 2 more countries joining this year as well. And so we're excited about the ever-growing community and family within the GLOBE program. And this was, this image was taken back at our last face-to-face meeting, which was in Detroit, Michigan, and just looking at the students there and seeing their expressions of happiness at being at the meeting and presenting their work and really becoming their own community of young people. It's what we're all about, and it's what the program really is about. And so I want to thank you again for all of your work over the year in particular, but certainly since the pandemic and has started, and how we've responded to that as a community, I think is a wonderful example of engagement, collaboration, and people really caring about one another and the environment. So thank you for all of your work.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tony Murphy, the Director of the Globe Implementation Office, the United States of America, for your remark and Globe Program update. Asia and Pacific is a very strong region during COVID-19 pandemic, right? And
Yep.
welcome member of Bhutan and New Globe. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Dash to give an opening remark. And after that, we will have a group photo. Please, Dr. Dash.
Yeah, should we have a group photo before or after?
Maybe
I think you can give a short opening remark, and after that you can take a photo of you all and all participants first.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to welcome all again today. This has been a wonderful day yesterday. We had something like more than 7,000 viewers on our Facebook link. That is great. Thanks to our host in Thailand, IPST, making such wonderful arrangements and then making this virtual regional meeting very successful. The presentations of students yesterday, as Tony mentioned, was wonderful. That was great. And one of the project from Taiwan, they have submitted a Globe Star on their project of that microplastic into rivers. That is really scientific, which the students have done. I learned that any country which is progressing on the base of science. The scientific temperament, scientific attitude, and the science involvement of the community and the students is very important for any progress in any country. And Globe is something which really provides us opportunity for everyone, the students, the teachers, the community, to participate and to learn more and more science activities. Science one sentence slogan is, do not think only of science, but do science. Many of the people these days, they do science administration in their offices. They are scientists, but without doing any science. But here is Globe, which says that do science. That is something wonderful. I also welcome the working group members, and we have a session tomorrow in the morning, which will be coordinated by Yogendra, and all the working group members will be joining. The aim of this session is to develop communication between the working group members and the country coordinators and the Globe community in the region, and that is very helpful. One of the initiatives which in our region we are planning to take is journal of Globe Journal for the Asia Pacific region, where the students can upload their activities and can really disseminate their work and learn how to write scientific publications and things like that. And I'm happy that Rod, who is also the member of the working group and the country coordinator for Philippines, and her assistant join, they are working on this, and soon we will be having this activity. In fact, I have no words to say. Thanks to the president of IPST and his wonderful staff, making this event very lively and very, something which we never expected. Really, I never expected personally myself. This will be such a great event. This really turned up to be a wonderful event. Personally, I miss face-to-face meetings because I know everybody asks me why we are not going to Pattaya. But I say, throw away Corona, then only we can travel. Really something which I'm really concerned that we should have something like face-to-face meeting. I was speaking to Devi in Pulau. I think she has joined. She was finding difficult to connect through internet. Some of the island countries, we do have problems of internet. And I hope they will be joining us whenever they find connection, and then at least for some time they will join us at this regional meeting. Globe Implementation Office has been of a great help to us. Tony, Dennis, Lynn, everyone. Like, I don't want to name everyone but Tony his team has been wonderful help to us. GIO is really supporting us quite a lot. And I'm sure that tomorrow Tony will speak about on our project like capacity building project for the Asia Pacific region, and also some initiative which we plan to take, how we can strengthen the capacity of some of the countries in our region and also develop more active program. We had, I have my presentation, which I will be showing after this photo session. And then we'll explain that what we have achieved in 7 months. In fact, our last regional meeting was in May. So it is only 6 or 7 months activities which we are sharing with you. And hopefully, we will see that how active this group is, how this Asia Pacific region is. In some regions like exchange programs, expeditions, and things like that, we are really doing very well. Even Sean from Maldives spoke, hey guys, when you are coming for the expedition, everybody is really very interested, hosting events, working together, like Professor Palium, always inviting us to have a science festival in Taiwan. All doors are open from all the countries, and then this is something great for our region. Road is hosting next year regional meeting, hopefully face to face. So in our region, it is like a family. We all work very together like a community, like a family, and that is something wonderful. And we keep in contact with everyone very actively through phones, through webinars, and personally contact everyone. That is something unique for our region. I'm not going to take much time now because I have my presentation. In the end, I would like to welcome all of you, all the country coordinators, especially thanks IPST, the president, and wonderful staff he has, and POM, your team, doing wonderful job. And this has been a great opportunity for us to meet. And Tony, joining us, I know it may be late, but I know you are now in the habit of wake up late and then attend many meetings like this. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
GIO, and all the participants, all the guests, the teachers, the students, and everyone. Yesterday was wonderful. And we would like to show you also 2-3 minutes video which we made yesterday activities after this, before I start. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Desh. I would like to update the number of viewers on Facebook. It's about 9,000 viewers. So great job, right?
Yeah.
might be an pro for the COVID-19 that we can see for virtual or online. And this the most important time is a photo session. I would like to ask Professor Dr. Chukit Limpichamnong, Dr. Tony Murphy, and Dr. Desh Bandhu to turn your camera on and please smile.
If you could add Denise to that also, because she's in the meeting. Denise, she's here. So we are adding her
Okay.
also.
Okay.
Skype.
Sky, please.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, my video is on.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. Now, the rest of the participants, we would like to take a snapshot of you. So everyone, please turn on your camera and smile. Okay, thank you, photographer. มีสวยไง Okay, next would be the program set in the region session. I would like to invite Dr. Desh again for the global program status in the region. I hand over the screen to you, Dr. Desh.
Okay. Can we have a small video before I start?
Yeah,
Video
which one
for-
do you want? The all the webinars one or the tomorrow one? Yesterday one. sorry.
Yes, yesterday one.
Okay, just let me share.
Just, I would like you to see what we did yesterday, and then after that I will start. Okay. Thank you for this small presentation. What we can see yesterday has been a wonderful day, and now I like to make my presentation. Oh, what a mistake I did. Okay. Can
Uh,
you
do-
see, please?
Do you want me to share?
Or you can't see, but I can see. It's not sharing.
Um,
You're not able to see that.
no.
Okay, then you just wait. Let me see what has happened. Or can you share for me, because I think I did made some mistake.
No issues. I'll do that.
Okay.
Let me just a second. I think.
Just wait. Let me. Okay. Can I? Okay. Share that.
Here you go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can you? Okay. Good morning again, everyone. I would like to share what Asia Pacific region we have been doing in couple of months. That is from May to January. It's around 7 months. And I would like to mention that this Asia Pacific region is very active and have been doing many activities. In next slide, please. Okay. So the summary of the activities is like that. Since the pandemic is still not over in many of the countries, and we are facing this problem. And even in today, this weekend, like last 2 weeks and the next weeks, we have been curfew in Delhi. Like we cannot go out of the home, and then we are working from home. Offices, they were almost closed. Like this is the situation in many countries. And even when I spoke to Shan couple of minutes before in Maldives, he said that everyone in my office is positive corona. And they are going to have a meeting in the office how to deal with this situation. Like, and he will be joining us after a couple of hours. So what I mean to say, like we have been serious problems in our region still. And I'm glad that GIO took the decision, although it is not very happy decision to have this annual meeting as a virtual meeting, because the situation still in many of the countries is not good. And we hope that corona will go soon, and then we will be able to have more activities positively in our region. Since May 21 to January 22, we have organized 10 webinars of Globe community in our region. In total, we have organized 31 webinars, and that is quite a good number. And each webinar has been attended by large number of participants, the students, the scientists, the teachers, and even in some webinars, we have more than 90 participants. And we could see that this number of webinars helped us to keep the community together, to meet each other regularly, and also to have exchange of ideas and the resources. We could work together and could talk together and help each other. We organized 5 days, as Tony mentioned, e-training workshop for Bhutan. We welcome Changai here. Bhutan is our new country. And now we have 19 countries here in Asia Pacific region. And Bhutan is a new entrance to us, to our globe community. And some of the countries are really very active. Some of the countries still, we need to make them active. And due to the pandemic situation and the limited staff in their offices, they find it difficult to really make and to do many activities. But we hope with the capacity building project, which we had already discussed, and tomorrow, I'm sure Tony is going to give us more details on that. We will be able to make those countries also more active. Next. This some of the pictures which we have is like webinar to increase regional engagement in GLOBE program, we can see that there have been a great interest on these webinars. And these webinars has been on various topics, which I'm going to discuss in next slides. Next. One of the activity which we had is on microplastic in ocean water. The Globe Asia Pacific Regional Coordination Office, we hosted a webinar on 26th of May. We finished our regional meeting on 21, and just in 5 days, we hosted a webinar on 26th of May for country coordinators, Globe trainers, Globe teachers in the region on awareness of microplastic in ocean water. Ocean water is really very important because all the rivers, all the water bodies like going into the rivers carry the water to the ocean, and microplastic in ocean water becomes serious problem. Rod told us that the Bay of Manila is full of microplastic. In many of the countries like in our region, we have many countries which are island countries, or some countries having a long coastal lines. So we are very concerned about our ocean health and also the ocean environment, because this helps to understand us about the climate change. The team from university in Australia and also the country coordinator in Italy and our RCO office for the Euro-Asia office, European office, they also helped us for coordinating this webinar. Asia Pacific region is promoting the activity on microplastic as this has become a serious issue and suggested by country coordinators in the region. And even if you look yesterday, the two projects which we see from Taiwan, they have been a wonderful piece of activity, scientific activity. And one of that project is now being considered to be a Globe Star. And I congratulate the students from Taiwan, Professor P. Liam and his team, for taking this initiative and promoting and doing wonderful research activities for this microplastic in water. Because many of the, we also have some of the inland countries like Nepal and Bhutan and also Mongolia. And these countries, some of these, we also plan to have to modify this a little bit like microplastic in water bodies, so that we can monitor our rivers, we can monitor our also the lakes and water bodies. And also like one of the interesting thing here I would like to mention that when we have expedition to the sea in Maldives, we plan to take some observation of microplastic in Maldives water, because Maldives is also quite rich in microplastic. And we have expedition to the Lake Pokhara in September or October. I hope we will be able to do it in Lake Pokhara in Nepal. And we would like to compare the water quality on microplastic between the ocean water at the last tip of the Indian Ocean and also the lake in Himalayas, which is on the other side, that how this microplastic data can be compared between these two, mountain lake and as well as also in the ocean water in Maldives. So that is also the activity for the future, which we plan to do. Yesterday we had around some wonderful work done by students in the region on microplastic, as I mentioned. 47, this webinar, around 47 participants attended and they got trained for this for this microplastic activity of the webinar. So these are some of the participants joining this webinar here. This is on 25th of September, like There were two sessions. Some participants joined the first session, some participants joined the second session. Next. Can I have the next? And one of the issues which has been very concerned about the air quality campaign. Our air quality is really very bad. Like in Delhi, we have a red alert most of the time. Like unfortunate part is that our air is very polluted. Even Yoginder mentioned that the whole of the Kathmandu Valley sometimes is full of air pollutants and also is having air quality is very bad. In many of the countries, air quality is really is of big concern. And on June 7, we had a webinar and also which was attended by country coordinators, and also we had an introductory webinar on Asia Pacific air quality campaigns. We had identified a number of topics for the webinar, for the campaign, like air quality, mosquito, the soil, the trees, and now we included the microplastic also. And RCO, we have developed a material and the webinars and the resource material on these campaigns, which we very frequently share with the country coordinators in the region. Air pollution is the most important environmental health crisis in the world. It is responsible to more than 6.5 million deaths annually, which is quite a large number, even more severe than the corona and many other diseases. So that this is quite a serious issue. The bulk of which is 75% is like out of 6.5 million, 70% is in the Asia Pacific region. So our region is very highly affected by air pollution in our region. Like the idea of the Global Air Quality Campaign came up during the Asia Pacific virtual regional meeting, like last year in May when we had a meeting. Then it was suggested and recommended by the country coordinators that we should have a air quality campaign. Because in RCO, we try to get the feedback from the country coordinators, and any program which is implemented, see the suggestion of the country coordinators to identify what are the needs of the region. Like we had done this need assessment survey and also see that, discuss that how much we have achieved, and also based on that feedback, we selected this air quality campaign. And I was happy to see that air quality campaign is also recommended by GIO. Country coordinators suggest that apart from hydrology, mosquito, and soil campaign, we should also focus on air quality campaign. I would like to mention that soil campaign is very important for Thailand because 5th December is the International Soil Day, which is celebrated as the birthday of the King of Thailand. And the King of Thailand is also like, they worship him like we worship God. So that soil campaign is very significant and important. And in Thailand, they organize special activities to celebrate this International Soil Day. Seeing the need for the community for this campaign, the Globe Asia Pacific Regional Coordination Office initiated the air quality campaign in the region, and the webinar was attended by large number of participants from the many countries. Next. Okay, we can see some of the participants who have joined this webinar. Also, which is really makes like a photo session. In fact, we had an official photographer, Nisi, Dr. Nisi from Thailand. Now she has shifted to Canada. She was very helpful for us, taking all the pictures, putting up all together. Thanks, Nishi, if you are listening somewhere. Next. Can I have the next one? Like we had a webinar on air quality awareness and students presentation. As you can see, like yesterday, the students presentation is very significant activity in our region. Always we try to invite students, encourage them to make presentation because the whole globe is for the developing skill among the community, among the students, among the teachers and the scientists. And we also organized a webinar where we invited the students to make their presentation. And we invited one of the alumni, Dr. Vashuri. She's the global alumni from Thailand. We invited her to give the talk on the air quality campaign. The idea was to encourage and to help the students to take advantage of how the students can participate and how the students can be encouraged to really how the students can be encouraged to take up the air quality campaign. And she really made a wonderful presentation, explained about PM 2.5 and PM10 and how this air quality measurement can be done by the students. And this webinar was attended by a large number of students and the teachers from the region. And I'm thankful to her for joining and sparing her time, giving this correlationship of the air quality with the temperature, and also to understand how we can really mitigate air quality, how we can mitigate the pollutants, major aerosols, and how the air quality can be improved. Next. So this is the snaps like webinar on air quality awareness and students participation on June 24. We can see the number of students they are joining. This is a photograph again. And also like she explained, as I mentioned, about the difference between the PM 2.5 and PM10 and what is the significance of these figures are and how we can really mitigate these pollutants. Next. Then we had webinar on the coordination, like on August 11, we had a webinar on the regional activity plan, like what GIO asked us to prepare a regional activity plan for 21 and 22. And we shared this plan with the country coordinators, get feedback from them, and also from the community. So that any activity, as I mentioned, which we try to do, we plan, we take into consideration the views and the suggestions of the country coordinators. Globe at Asia Pacific Coordination Office proposes and regional campaign on different globe protocols, including bundle protocols such as hydrosphere, atmosphere, and biosphere. RCO also share the internet interest to organizing a training, e-training protocol workshop for some globe protocols to strengthen the trainer pool in the region. As now we have experience of organizing e-training program in Bhutan, which has been very successful. And now we can really have more e-training protocol activities in our region. The wonderful trainers we had from our region was Chris and Mulika from Thailand, Dr. Gaurav from India, and also Todd from US. And it was great to have this, how successful this new training program was. And now we can also concentrate more on this e-training programs in our region. Certainly, I would like to have more face-to-face training, but still, if we are not able to do face-to-face, at least some of these e-training workshops we will like to have in our region. Because what we feel personally, I feel that some of the countries we still need to have trainers, particularly in some of the island countries. If one person is trained and if he's on duty, then there becomes a sort of training vacuum. So we would like to train more and more teachers and more, the scientists to be the trainers in some of the countries, and we would like to take help of this training and also capacity building program, which we are going to discuss tomorrow. Next one. Like we planned up this, as I mentioned, that we planned up this program for this for the 2021. We found here that from July to August 21, we want to have the mosquito awareness campaign, which is going on. In fact, we had 1 month campaign for mosquito on this mosquito 1 month, and I will give you the figure that we had been very happy that we got so many data points entered into the globe database. That was great. But after the success of this, we decided we would like to continue this campaign, and still we are continuing this mosquito awareness campaign. That was really success activity. Thanks to all our young scientists, the students in many countries who contributed significantly to the data pool on this mosquito. Then we had in October 22, Asia Pacific Care Quality Campaign Students Symposium, which I will again give you more details. In October, we organized and invited students to make their presentation on their quality. So that was also a great event and it's very successful. September, we said that to know your soil, we also had a campaign on the soil. As I mentioned, soil is very important for the plants to grow and also providing nutrients and so and so. So that had a very successful event which we organized. All these events had been organized at the suggestion of the country coordinators recommended by the regional meeting which we had in May. January 22, we are meeting here for the annual regional meeting in Thailand. So we are having this virtual regional meeting, and I hope you will all enjoy and agree that like yesterday, this has been a very fruitful and wonderful day. And this meeting is also really, we will be able to achieve something and continue our future activities. March 22, we plan to have a teachers training workshop. So that, as I mentioned, that now we have experience organizing e-teacher, e-training, and in 22, we will be in March, we will plan. And I will send invite to all the country coordinators and the teacher, the students, those who would like to be act as a trainer also the participants, and we would like to have this e-training in March 2022. April is our RCT activities, and we want to have special events and activities where we want to have this expedition to the sea in Maldives. If we will try to have a face-to-face activity. If we are not able to do face-to-face activity, we will develop a model of virtual expedition to the sea, which we are trying to work out how we can have this expedition to the Maldives, what we call the expedition to the sea in April, either face-to-face or in virtual. That will be in April as our commitment which we made last year at the regional meeting. And May, We would like to have train to train workshop, hopefully. Next. Like we have mosquito awareness campaign, as I mentioned. 12 school teams from 8 countries participated in the mosquito awareness campaign on 20th July to 20th August. Like 12 schools in 8 countries, they were the part of the campaign which we had this mosquito awareness campaign, in which India, Maldives, Nepal, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Taiwan partner, and Vietnam. Some of them, they really made wonderful campaign, like number of data points they collected, and then very actively participating in this campaign for 1 month. 2 students will work together on school project to prepare research project, exchange data and experience. One of the beauty of this program was that 2 schools together, they work together. 1 school in Philippines, 1 school in India. They work together and try to, as we said, that what we want to have a school to school collaboration, like 1 school from 1 country, another school from another country, like Philippines in New Zealand, they try to do develop a joint project. Still, I have to find out what is the progress like that. Many of the countries, like the students from Republic of Korea, they visited Taiwan to look into what activities they are doing. So such sort of activities within our region are increasing. That collaboration between school to school, developing joint projects together. Then in our region, we had a large number of data entries. Webinars were organized, and these webinars to keep the community together. And to mark the end of the campaign, Asia Pacific Regional Coordination Office hosted a webinar on 20th August, where the students, they made their performance and the platform was given to them so that they could make presentation of their research activities. And the month really concluded up as a wonderful event. And also then it was decided that we would like to continue mosquito awareness activities. And still we are continuing this mosquito awareness activities. Like in Micronesia, they mentioned that they would like to have mosquito campaign for the whole year. So officially they are working on the mosquito campaign for the whole year. And then this is really something which is wonderful. And we would like to continue this mosquito awareness campaign for July, August, maybe up to 2022 this year. Number of data added to this during this even COVID period is significant to the globe database. Maybe the next. We are sharing some of the glimpses of the activities, some of the, like how many data entry we have done. And then next. Like the globe students from Thailand sharing their research paper during on 20th of August in the webinar. And here we can see from Nepal, they have been sharing their research and activities. In Nepal, they have been very active on this. And I am requesting Yogendra to please send a globe star on wonderful activities which has been done. When we were there at the Lake Pokhara expedition 2 years back, we visited one of the small school, and the students were very interested and very proud, showing, oh, here is the larva, here is something like that. So that the interest is generated among the community is very significant. And what we found here, such activities are very important. I feel that even with our efforts, we can save even the life of one person is very precious contribution of globe activities like mosquito project to the humanity. Next, please. We had a tree challenge awareness activities where we had this webinar. We had a dual purpose. First, to share the students' research on biosphere and tree challenge with our community. And second was to train the participants on globe biosphere protocol. Because the training, as I said, is very important. And Dr. R.K. Garg, who is a master trainer, and he was also the trainer for the e-training in Bhutan, give a wonderful presentation on biosphere, how to measure the circumference, how to do the girth, and so and so. And also, we try to correlate this like productivity of the plants to the carbon cycle. How much biomass is added, how to calculate the trees, the year, like age of the tree by counting the rings and so and so. So that was wonderful training, which Dr. Garg gave. And the students from Thailand and from India, they shared their research papers during the webinar. And one of the activity which I would like to mention is school in India, the Wilfield School in Khammam. They started a project, one student and one tree. And they had a aim to plant something like 25,000 trees before the end of this last year. They have achieved quite significantly, but due to COVID, they have to really slow down their activities. And that project is also now a Globe Star. The project on tree in Philippines, 1 million trees in 5 years. That is in the Bicol region. And Bicol region is very fragile region in the sense you have many typhoons and many other such activities. And that project really was going very well, and still that is continue. But I have to request Road again, please send a Globe Star on such a wonderful project you are doing in Bicol region, 1 million trees. And the contribution of Globe for such a reason where you need to plant more trees to at least to stop the speed of the typhoons and things like that is very significant. And I must congratulate Road and Joanne taking strong initiative, and Pularao in India taking strong initiative as making this tree plantation, realizing community involvement of the local people for planting these trees as a part of the Globe activities. The webinar also was attended by 93 participants. Like such a high number of participants attended this, and there was some school groups from Nepal. They also joined this webinar. Next, please. Like you can see Dr. Garg making his presentation, and the Globe students from Thailand sharing the research presentation during 20th September webinar. Thailand has been very active country for us in Globe. And also in Taiwan, I would like to mention in Taiwan, the month of April, they celebrated the month like tree month, and they worked with in association with the American Embassy in Hanoi to organize this activity. And I'm happy and congratulate Chu sending a Globe Star on their activities, and this is now a Globe Star. Next, please. Like a Globe students from India sharing their research presentations on 20th September. This is the school which made presentation yesterday also, and quite active school. Globe students again from Thailand, they made their presentation on 20th September. Next, please. You know, one of the student, one of the like what we call it the uh, GNIS member, he went to expedition in Ladakh, and which was quite sporty by NASA scientists. He made certain observations, globe observation in uh, Ladakh area, which is a very, one of the beautiful areas in the Himalayan region. And he made some observations and took some data and then made a presentation webinar on 8th of October. And now this visit is like a stamp story on the Globe website. And we have a recording of this, and I would like, if you would like to see all our webinars, they are available on COVID-19 Asia Pacific regional pages. Please try to see how beautiful the Himalayas is, and then Ladakh region. And also, I hope Changa will compare that how Ladakh looks like and Bhutan, how different is. Because this part of Ladakh is like what we call the cold desert. There is not much of the rain. The very few plants grow, but this is the beautiful place to visit. And then this webinar has been very successful. And scientists from NASA, like Brian, Dorian, Peter, they were all there to attend this webinar, and that was wonderful presentation, which Patil made on this. Next, please. And we can see some of the glimpses he has, like Mr. Patil, the research and observation during his webinar on 8th of October, and which was attended by quite a large number of participants. Next. Again, this we had this air quality. November 21 marked the official beginning of the, as I said that, we had 1 month mosquito, then we had this, and then after that, in November, we had a 1 month activities on the air quality campaign, which started in the month of November. And we host inspiring webinars on 5th of November to support the Asia Pacific region on air quality campaign. We had developed a material, and then also through the webinar shared with the participants, and also we had 35 participants from 7 countries who joined this campaign. And this educational project is designed to raise awareness about air pollution and showcase the potential of citizen scientists to gather unique database and insights from the environment. Like this Globe partner Taiwan contributed quite significantly on these activities. Professor Paliam and his team really did a wonderful activities on this, and then it was very useful for them, for us. And this campaign is still January, still continuing. And after January, we would like to have a webinar. Again, we would like to invite the students to make their presentation at this webinar, which we are going to have on air quality campaign. Next, please. This is the, we have this participant who made coordination, Asia Pacific region, explaining the participant the agenda of the campaign during the webinar on 5th of November. And the student from Philippines, he really did a wonderful job. He really a great scientific activity he has done. And he invited any school from the region to cooperate and join and collaborate with him. And we are trying to find out some school who can collaborate with the school in Philippines for such a wonderful research which has been done on air quality. I must congratulate this young scientist for such a great activity which he has been doing. Next, please. This is a webinar which we had on Globe Observer app. Because one of the question which was asked during the webinar was on that how to use Globe app, and we requested join from Philippines, the assistant country coordinator, and now the member of the working group technology group to give us a webinar. She gave a webinar on this that how to use Globe Observer app and how to make a collection of data. And then she really made wonderful presentation on this use of this technology, which is very frequently used now. And the webinar was attended by 95 participants, so that we could see that how interested the community is on using these apps. Like even if you look up Tony's presentation, the number of scientists using app, Globe Observer app in Virginia are very significant. And the community scientists, even we could see that even from countries like India, quite a large number of people, they are using Globe Observer app and contributing to the data. And I was looking figures somewhere like we have 23,000 scientists, what we call as the citizen scientists using these apps and then contributing regularly to the data, which is quite a large number. And I'm sure that there is no other program in the world today which has been really having so many, such a big pool of scientists, the citizen scientists. And just it came to my mind to remember that I will ask Tony after that I finish to give us some more detail of the excellent award which Globe has achieved this year. And that is a wonderful contribution. Due to this Globe activities, the scientists, the citizen scientists contributing to the science and to the earth science has been really wonderful activity. Next, please. Thanks, Joan, for this. And this is a Globe protocols for data collections, like what are the data collections they have been used. And also during the webinar, which was on 5th of November, like water, biosphere, soil and air, what are the different processes we can make use of this, and then how these apps can be used. Next. Okay, I'm over time now. Next. Webinar on awareness of microplastic in water bodies. In RCO, we organized a webinar on awareness of microplastic in water bodies. As I mentioned that ocean, and also but for us, like what we decided to have this little modified for us, microplastic in water bodies, which we had on 16th of December. There was some question asked that do the snow also have a microplastic? I'm not going to talk like maybe tomorrow I will like the snowfall. Does the snow have microplastic? Yes. Some of the winds may carry some microplastic, and snow may also have what? Some of the what we call it the microplastic. Okay. That I just made a presentation on that about this microplastic, how to do it, how to make use of this, and then this was during the webinars, and also we try to develop some material which is really useful for the participants. I would like to mention that microplastic is not a Globe protocol at the moment. Maybe I don't know whether the science group recommend for the future or no. But the interest of microplastic is there so that we continue this awareness activity also for as a follow-up brief recommended by the regional meeting after tomorrow. Next, please. Okay, this is like this is a virtual group photograph of this webinar. We can see all that smiling faces of the participants and then their contribution. Like next, as I mentioned that we had Bhutan came later. Like before that, we have a slide on globe stars. Okay, we had, as I mentioned, we have contributed 3 globe star. And the one of them is 121 tree contributed by the school in India, as they plan to have 25,000 of trees. The second was one Asia Pacific region host inspiring webinar in support of November, January on air quality campaign. So that on the webinar, we had a RCOV sent a star, and I'm happy to just mention that the Globe Star was created just on the same day. So thanks to the Globe communication team, they have done wonderfully helpful to us, that creating Globe Stars for us and helping and inviting more and more countries from the region to have Globe Stars. And the third Globe Star is on Zika project contributed by Vietnam. Chiu, thanks for that and helping us for a Globe Star, because Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Nepal, many of these countries, Taiwan, many of countries, Sri Lanka, even Sri Lanka, Taiwan was not a globe mosquito country like in the project, but still they have been doing wonderful activities, and thanks you for contributing this. Next. As I mentioned, and Tony also mentioned that we had a Globe Teacher training workshop, which was a e-training workshop, which we had January 10 to 14, around a week activities. 12 teacher and 5 staff from the Globe Bhutan office, they joined. And I mentioned we had a very competent and very trained team of trainers to have the training. And that was great activity which we had. And this experience is going to help us in the region to have more e-training activities. Next. Like I would like to just mention, next, we had already this. Okay, Globe activities in Japan. The country coordinator in Japan, Dr. Tomoyo, she sent her report and with the mention that she is going on maternity leave, and she's sending me the report, which I can share with you, but I'm not going to share it with you now. I will share it when there will be country reports presentations after that. Next. Then we organized poster competition. If you remember yesterday, we had shown you a video where we had shown you a video where we had this poster competition. We selected around 16 very good posters, wonderful posters they have been done by the participants from the students from many countries. And I'm happy to tell that I get a mail from Sky Dennis that she said, oh, this poster is so great, I want to use some of them like background in my Facebook. So I was so happy to receive this email, and the teachers and the students of the school, they were so happy to hear that their posters, they have been used like this. And then we are going to invite these posters, the winners. They will be provided with a certificate, and when we have will have face-to-face activity, expedition, or any exchange program, we would like to extend them to invite them under exchange program. And thanks for all the students and all the teachers, countries for contributing posters to this activity. Next. We have shown you, like, to we go to the okay, we go to the capacity building training like activities in Asia Pacific region. Can I have a slide on that Asia Pacific capacity building?
It's on the screen now.
Now I can't see. Okay. Now GIU has invited us to send a proposal on the capacity building activities in the region. So as we had discussed with you, we sent this proposal to GIU for their consideration. In fact, what we planned here to develop the training activities in many of the countries where we do not have many trainers. And we feel that it is very important for us to have strong training activities, trainers in most of the countries so that we can have globe training. So we are waiting this project, we get some comments and then so and so, which I will discuss more in detail tomorrow. Not now, but this is something which we have been also considering developing activities strong, full of experts in our region. Then after that, one thing which is very important here also is say we may have this activity, but what is the sustainability of this capacity building project also, which I will discuss tomorrow. And after that, I have exceeded my time, and thank you very much for joining us. Can I have the screen back?
Do you want to stop share?
Yeah, I will discuss this tomorrow. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I think I have taken more time than which was allotted to me. And anyway, please, if you have any comments and suggestions, and please feel free to ask any question if you have. Maybe Tony, may I have your comments?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, can I have your comments?
Can you what?
Your comments on this?
Oh, on the work of the region and what's been happening. I mean, it is as I said previously, it's pretty amazing the amount of work and the level of engagement that has continued, you know, over the last 2 years. And I think a lot of it is because of those Zoom meetings that have brought people together every month. And they really are, I think, an important aspect of this, and having that get together, you could call it, I guess, every can meet socially for a few minutes and then hear about some possible projects or student projects or you know, other new possible or at least new developments in different areas of science and environmental science and earth science. I think it's really great to see all of that, and to see it collectively on the slideshow you just gave is very, very impressive. And so I want to thank everybody and Desh, you and Hannah and your team for running those monthly meetings and making sure that they're valuable to people and getting input from people on what they want to get together around. I think that's very important, and having those run on a consistent basis is really important. And I think the results show and speak for themselves on how people have stayed engaged over the period of time. So thank you for showing that, and thanks everybody for your contribution to that presentation that Desh made.
If anybody has any question or any comments, Dennis, you like to make some mention? Sky,
Thank you for the invitation there, Dash, and thanks for highlighting the posters at the end. I really did find those inspirational, and you know, it's just something that I have the pleasure of seeing come through and can highlight. So no, I don't have any additional comments to Tony, but thank you for mentioning that in particular.
okay. Any country coordinator like Professor Paliam, you want to make any comment? Hello, anyone?
Desh, can
Yes.
you hear me, Desh?
Yes, yes, yes.
Actually, it's not a comment, but by looking at your presentations, there is a lot of information actually, and it's very comprehensive. And I think like as a new country coordinator, is very informative for me actually. So on that note, I'm just curious because I think like when you say that you're going to train the teachers as a trainer, and you have said that you're going to train 2 teachers from Bhutan as a trainer. So before that, is there any requirement for the teachers to complete as a group teachers, and after that they can proceed to proceed as a trainer? So that is one question. The another one is you mentioned about the group journals. So that's very interesting for us because I think like a student, they want to get recognized, and that is very source of inspiration for them. So can you hear me, Desh?
Mhm.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah. So I think like that could be a very good source of inspiration for a student to really engage in group activities. And the next thing is, I think like you are specifically mentioning about the microplastic monitoring in water bodies. And I hope that you also talk about the microplastic monitoring and snow covers. So I think one of the teachers, he was asking whether he could actually start this kind of project in his area or not. So in case you have any protocols that specifically looks at microplastic monitoring snow cover, please send us the link. And I think I can forward that link to those teachers who are really interested in that activities. And the another one is the Ladakh. I think like that you have mentioned about the Ladakh. Yes, I think like we are close and we are quite similar in terms of geographic locations. So we'll be very interested if you could have any kind of research project where we can actually collaborate with students from Ladakh, and we can actually compare how the vegetations over there and how the vegetations in this area actually responds to climate change. So these are some of the activities. That's not all the activities, but just a few activities that I thought will be quite interesting to look at. But as I've already mentioned that being a new country coordinator, I don't have much idea, and I look forward for your guidance and look forward for your advice in the course of globe activity implementation in Bhutan. Thank you, Desh.
Thank you, Changa, for your kind comments and suggestions. In fact, I will request Rod after that to give us the more details he will mention during his country presentation. Rod has taken the lead from Philippines to start up this journal. But before official we start, we have to have approval from GIU, because we have to follow certain rules which GIU have. So that we are working on that, and that is something which is very useful and significant, and will encourage our students to make publication and send their information and project which would be shared with the wider globe community. That is very useful. And certainly anyone who is interested in helping Rod in developing this journal activity will be, we will be happy to welcome. Regarding the snow, I have no idea because I just look up some mention somewhere that snow do have a, like microplastic. Myself, I have no research, but we will dig up something and ask some scientists who are working on this Himalayan ecology, that if they have some information how to find, or if somebody in GIO or in some globe scientists can help us from some countries about the microplastic in snow. At the moment, yes, I have I don't have much of the idea, but certainly we will be very happy to collaborate. And in fact, that is something which is the job of the RCO, to collaborate with everyone, every country, every coordinator, help try to each other and developing things. You are a new country, but you have done wonderful training, Changa, I must say, and that is going to help us for developing more e-trainings, globe training in each countries. And certainly for microplastic, I will request Professor Peliam to get in touch with you, because his students have done wonderful project and then help. They can certainly of help, which I will give his details and then can contact him also. And what was the other question? Have I answered your question, or you have any more question to ask?
He has.
But
Yes,
you can always count on the help of RCO for any help which you need, for any for the implementation of Globe in Bhutan. We are very next door, and on the one side is Yoginder, on your side, and south is we are there. So we are always helpful to you. We can always help you. Don't worry. Okay.
thank you, Desh. Thank you. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Any more question or suggestion? If it is no question, no comment, no suggestion, then I hand over to Sri. To you back.
Thank you, Dr. Dash. I think we have come to the close of the morning session because it's over the lunch time already. But I think we will have a very interesting session in the afternoon, because you will find the detail of the Globe Country Coordinator report session. And because of in the afternoon, IPST will have a directorate meeting. So Professor Dr. Chukit and the Vice President, Dr. Warawarong, have to join that meeting. So is it possible if Thailand will be the first presenter in the country coordinator session in the afternoon session? Can we? Because you are the moderator. So we have to have a permission from you to be our first presenter in the afternoon session. Can we please, Dr. Desh?
Of course.
Okay. We will have a lunch break until 2 p.m. Manila time, and it's about 40 minutes left for the lunch time. Okay. See you.
See you after
Thank
40
you.
minutes, and then thank you very much, Sri, for moderating the morning session, and wonderful. Thank you again. And we meet after 40 minutes. Okay. Yeah.
See ya.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hi, Somsri. We would like Rod to go first for
Right.
the presentation because he has to leave. It's urgent for him. I hope you'll guys understand. It will be a short presentation from him. So please, if you could accommodate him first. So thank you.
So am I going to start the country presentation?
Yeah, Rod.
Okay. Okay, let me just share my screen. Just a second. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for allowing me to present our country's report for 2021, because it's not because I have to leave, it's because I'm attending another meeting which I have to co-preside with the chair. So after this presentation, I'll still be listening to the country report presentation of other countries, but I won't be as active in participating in the discussion. So here we go, the country report for the Globe Program Philippines for 2021. As you know, 2021, we still have the COVID problem, and in front of you is the historical trend of the number of COVID cases in the Philippines. Early in 2021, things were going fine for the Philippines, and we thought that it would not. It would be at the second quarter where things are going normal. And as a result of that positive outlook, we have had a lot of plans to resume our activities in the Philippines. But sometime in April 14, the number of COVID incidents just suddenly shoot up. I believe that was the time when the Delta variant was becoming the most predominant strain in not only in the Philippines but also in the globe. Schools remain closed, and they still are closed as of this date. Students below the age of 16 were not allowed to go out of their homes, and workplaces have been in various work arrangement, including but not limited to work from home arrangements. So a lot of what we were supposed to do in 2021 were either suspended, delayed, or delivered in a remote form. But to summarize it all, COVID really disrupted all our plans for 2021, and we have laid a very good plan for 2021. Towards the end of 2021, things were doing great. If you look at this screen over here, sometime between October and January, we were almost hitting below 500 cases a day. And then all of a sudden, Omicron came, and you could see this drastic increase in the number of COVID incidents, and we are now experiencing the highest levels of COVID incidents per day. So things are not looking well, and as I've said earlier, schools remain closed as of date. The road to recovery for the Philippines isn't smooth, and still remains very unpredictable. We are quite fortunate that the number of COVID deaths is less than 2% of all cases. To date, we have 52.4% of the population vaccinated against COVID. But then again, it seems that the vaccine proved ineffective for the Omicron variant. I would say not just for the Omicron variant, but the effectivity is not as good as we hope it would be. So near yet so far, and we can only hope for the best. But then again, we have planned for the worst as well. So at a glance, this is the Globe Philippines. To date, we have about 9,250 registered Globe students, 569 teachers, 2,405 Globe observers, a total of 13,000 data entry, 643 trained Globe teachers, spread over 282 Globe schools, and 74 certified trainers. In 2021, we, despite all schools being closed, we have recorded, based on Globe ADAT, 494 observations in 2021 coming from 98 schools reporting data. But only about 5 schools proved to be active in 2021. The rest are, I suppose, citizen scientists. 2021 Globe activities for Globe Program Philippines 2021 activities. So despite the problems brought about by Globe, the Globe Program Philippines remained busy. We started our program with the 1 million trees by 2021 program and the Globe Tree Protocol training in a place called Pili Camarines Sur in Bicol. That is a place situated in the middle of the Philippines. We have presented something like this last year when you mentioned that it is a very ambitious program. The idea is to rehabilitate this dormant volcano in Bicol. And the idea is to integrate or marry the Globe Tree Protocol and tree plantation. So we have a very good support from the local government units and other government agencies, the Municipal Youth Council of the municipality of Pili, to start this program, and we started well. In fact, I believe, if I'm counting it right, this is our sixth or seventh plantation en route to this 1 million trees by 2025. We also trained them the tree protocol so that we can monitor these trees that we've been planting through the Globe Tree app. So that's the idea in it. Sometime in March 9, 2021, the Globe Program Philippines, in coordination with the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory and NASA's Swallow Flight Facility, conducted a seminar on trees around the globe student research campaign webinar. The seminar was participated by over 80 participants coming from 16 different countries. And I believe we have 3 student presentations for this webinar. In March 25, 2021, the Globe Program Philippines conducted a Globe Zika closeout. We were invited to present our Zika program as part of its closeout meeting with the U.S. Department of State, together with the, it should be NASA, not NSA, NASA, the NSF, and the participants from, or representatives from the GIO on March 25, 2021. On April 9, 2021, we are still operating the Globe Program Philippines EduShare, which is a learning management system which we are sharing with public schools and Globe schools around the country. To date, we have trained more than 70 schools and thousands of teachers, over 1,200 teachers nationwide from 70 different schools, on how to design and deliver design and deliver courses remotely using the EduShare program. The Globe EduShare program, or the Globe EduShare program, has also undergone major upgrade, both in its capacity and design. And we don't know whether we could still maintain it for 2022, but we will try to maintain it until there is a significant demand for this use. In fact, we're quite proud of this program of ours, the EduShare, because we felt that this is the best way we can contribute to schools and teachers at the time of the pandemic. especially in 2021 when remote teaching and learning is relatively new. I should say regrettably, relatively new in the Philippines. And the GLOBE program has helped many of these teachers and schools to at least give them a basic on the use of these LMS, like I said, which is relatively new, both as a technology and as a mode of teaching and delivery. Again, on April 23, 2021, we conducted, I guess, our 7th or 8th planting and tree protocol training in Pili Camarines Sur en route to our 1 million trees by 2025. And it is participated by by the local government unit. It's a very good program because we were really, we have a lot of local support, and we really had the momentum to even expand this program. I don't know, but unfortunately, because of politics, because the Philippines is in its midterm election, and the mayor, who is very supportive of this program, was suspended, and I don't know whether he would win the coming election. And if he loses, then I guess we have to go without the support of the local government unit. If we do lose the support of the LGU, we would have to start again back to square one. So we hope that the mayor, who's been very supportive of the GLOBE program in Bicol, retains his position. In 2022, we organized the IVSS seminar for the Department of Education Schools Division's Office of Pangasinan on August 23 and 25. Pangasinan is located somewhere in the north of the Philippines, and it is attended by all science teachers and supervisors from 11 schools under the Schools Division Office of the Pangasinan province. On September 28 and 29, which has been our biggest event insofar as attendees is concerned, we conducted the NASA and the study of air quality for the Tracer AQ campaign, which is a sequel to the NASA Camp 2EX program, which we conducted last year in the Philippines. We had a total of 2,091 registered teacher participants. Unfortunately, our Zoom presentation can only accommodate to 1,000 participants. So we had to live stream the webinar via Facebook and via YouTube. And it was a very big, considering that it has about 2,000 participants. The webinar was headed by Dr. Brenna Biggs, who happens to be the Science and Communications Manager at NASA in the Bay Area from the Bay Area Environmental Research Institute. Other notable achievements, well, we are proud to say that 4 Filipinos, 3 of them from the Philippine Science High School system, were elected as members of the GLOBE Education Working Group, namely the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Group, the Science Group, the Technology Group, and the Education Group. One of our GLOBE teachers, as well as member of the science group, Ms. Josephine Joy Tolentino, conducted a presentation integrating ADAT in STEM research at the GLOBE Teachers Association Annual Conference. The title of her presentation is Data Science of the GLOBE Program Integrated into STEM Research Projects. Our GLOBE teacher, Ms. Caliope, conducted a presentation on the teaching in the time of COVID-19 classroom experience. This was organized by the IPST and Globe Program Thailand. One of our Globe students, Andre Alayan, was selected as one of the 12 international student bloggers of Globe. And in the 2021 Globe Program IVSS presentation, we have made the presentation during the 2021 Globe Program IVSS presentation and the regional meeting student presentation of Globe. So in spite of the pandemic, we remain relatively busy in the Philippines. And pending projects suspended due to COVID. Dr. Dash has mentioned that we have made it our target to set up the Globe Asia Pacific Journal on Environmental Science. But because of the COVID situation in the Philippines and the stress being experienced by our teachers, not just at the secondary level, but also at the tertiary level, we found it difficult to really get teacher volunteers for reviewers. Basically, we're just waiting things to normalize before we could really start kicking in again this project. But we are very confident that we can pull through with this. So it's going to be delayed maybe to a couple of months, but like I said, we will go ahead with it. Our Zika and allied protocol trainings were all put on hold until face-to-face and large meetings are allowed due to COVID. Insofar as the Zika is concerned, we have now a surplus of, I think, a little over 400 of those lenses that we are ready to distribute to schools and communities that we were supposed to train in 2021. As soon as things get back to normal, we will utilize all those remaining resources for our Zika and allied protocol trainings. And that's it for the Philippines. And thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present first. So thank you.
Rod,
Hi there.
can I have a question?
Sure.
Okay, now 2023, you are going to the host of the regional meeting. Yes?
Yes.
Like it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yes, we don't know how long this COVID is gonna, let's see what happens.
But anyway, it's okay. Like we hope COVID will go and that we will have this meeting in May sometimes, 2023.
Sure.
Okay. And then we would like to also visit Waikol region to see the plantation and then the wonderful work which has been done. I don't know how far is that. And we can build them that sort of a school visit in that area.
Sure.
Or not in Manila or maybe someplace like that. Certainly that will be great. Do you think that will be possible?
Oh, that's very possible. And you will love that place. It's a beautiful place.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Lord. Wonderful. Because we had really, we remember still the hospitality, Filipino hospitality during our regional meeting in Jan Hotel. That's great. Where's the host? Sponsor?
So I had a question for Rod. Oh,
yes.
sorry, this is sorry about that. So Rod, is the journal an online journal or is it a hard copy journal or what form of journal will it take?
Well, the idea was when we first presented it during one of the Globe AP meeting, is that it's going to be a limited. There will be a limited circulation of hard copy journals, and it's going to be online publication. We will be applying for its ISBN numbers.
Okay, great.
The idea really is to select from from those IVSS submissions,
Mhm.
and that's where we will be sourcing those publications.
Okay, great, great. Thanks.
Any more question to Rod? Our host, Samonsri. Who is the next? Yes.
I think this afternoon session you can be a moderator. Call this session left, and
You can continue, Samonsri. No problem.
May I start with Dr. Warawarong?
So
Because
can I go? Yeah.
yeah, because he will have a meeting, right? Okay,
So if you
Dr.
don't mind, yeah, I'll go next right here, and you know, following up, you know, from Rod, I think he's done a wonderful work right there, and I would like to present, you know, what is going on in Thailand as well. Maybe I spend about 5 to 7 minutes, a little bit on, you know, what we have done in Thailand. So you know, from last year, we actually trying to, you know, do a lot, you know, as what we can with a limited number of people right here. But the good thing is that we have people, we have networking that can help us, you know. This year will be the 22nd year that Thailand joined the GLOBE program, and basically we follow the basic idea of doing GLOBE, you know, to look at the awareness and to really increase understanding by doing research right there. So the main highlight of what we have done in Thailand is basically to work with our friends, our network, especially with the university professors, you know, teacher, lecturers. We work with the teachers on the research, on the competition, on a lot of things, on the seminar, you know, try to promote what we have done, you know, in Thailand. And then we have the Globe Media program. Is basically we have two big achievement on the textbooks on the ESS, the Earth Science System, the Earth System Science, and the climate change textbooks that we would like to promote as the next step. And then I'll mention a little bit about the Globe Thailand project management right here. So this is the overview figures of what we have done this year last year in 2021. We have a cooperation from 25 universities, you know, about 600 schools, about like 7,000 students and teachers and general public joining the GLOBE program in Thailand. We have about the student research projects, maybe about 300 right there. And we have a lot of, you know, things that we have done, the materials, you know, for doing GLOBE right here. And this is the figures of the universities network that have been working with us last year. We held the online and face-to-face GLOBE workshop together on the 4 protocols. We have about 4,000 students right here. We have a lot of research, number of schools and number of teachers joining the program. And this is the sort of the things that we have done, you know, to really work with the teachers, work with the students. You know, we have the platform of the GLOBE Student Research Competition in Thailand. And we have about 76 students joining the programs. There's a project, you know, from about 50 schools. And basically everything is done online. So the students can participate without having to worry about the COVID situation. And here's a number of the, you know, the research titles, the schools that join. You know, we have a lot of prizes that comes, you know, at the primary level, at the secondary level, and at the upper secondary level, and the poster presentation. So we have a lot of researches that is going on, you know, in Thailand. And we organize, you know, what we call the Thailand Junior Water Prize, which basically focus on the water issues, the innovations. And basically we have a lot of students coming, you know, from 38 schools There's about the 38 research projects. And what is wonderful last year is that the winner from the Thailand Junior Water Prize actually went on and basically they won the Stockholm Junior Water Prize as well. So there's 44 generations, young generations from 32 countries, come all over the world. And basically the two students who are the representative of Thailand has won the winner of diploma of the excellence right here, which is basically is a very prestige reward that they can get. And then also we can get the recognition from our prime ministers or really, praise the student, online. There we have a public outreach, to a lot of people to really promote the GLOBE program as well. The minister, the deputy minister who came preside as at the opening ceremony yesterday, she actually, joy and congratulate the student right after the competition is done, maybe just 1 hour and we have the Zoom meeting, in Thailand, it's about like 9 o'clock at night. And the deputy minister are really, joining, talking to all the students, right there, which is basically great because we actually, working with the student, do a lot of preparation and really, send in the idea of doing research, to these students, with the GLOBE folks right here. We also have the programs, we call the GLOBE Thailand Teacher Shining Stars. And we basically give the award to the teachers who really, implement the GLOBE program in the school, which is basically wonderful right there. We also have the seminar, we have the promotion for the climate change program as well to really increase the awareness, in Thailand. We have a lot of teachers, maybe about 300 teachers from about 300 schools joining the program. And basically we have a lot of seminar online. We have about 13 seminars, like basically starting from the monitoring device, looking at the GLOBE game program, doing the data management, the teacher data entry, the surveys, research questions. We even talk about the seminar on the IVSS, the success case, and the way you prepare basically to join the IVSS. We have the story sharing the story on the success case. We have the way do we prepare students for the poster and the PowerPoint design. We have a lot of things that going on that can do the activities online in Thailand, and we have a lot of people joining the programs. And this is basically some of the capture picture. This is Suvinai, this is Samonsi right here. This is Yupapon, who's really the lecturers, to join the program right there. We actually have a lot of promotions, with previous teachers, who really come and share on their stories. There's a lot of things that are going on, which basically is a very vibrant, is the active, research activities, in Thailand. There's a lot of campaigns, that we have. And the highlight for this year as well, from last year, is that we complete the set of the Earth System Science curriculum, ESS. We have the textbook, and we can, really promote that into the schools, and we're trying to do that, as a main focus on this year. We have a lot of online instruction GLOBE media that we have a set of things that people can come and watch the video and really use that in their classroom. And we have the improvement of the climate change textbook as well. This is for the grade 4 to 6. We have the book for the students themselves, and the textbook for the teachers. This is from the grade 7 to 9. So we have a lot of media that they can use and basically bring it to the classroom as well. On that, we have the instructional media. We have the board game that we developed last year. We have the game that talks about the climate change. We have the games that the student can come, the board game that they can play. We have 3 of them this year. For the GLOBE media, we have the YouTube channel. We have the media collections, the KM that people can go and download it for free, on the website. And we also have the last thing is the globe management projects. Basically, we conduct a lot of competition as well. Basically to create the platform that the students can bring their research and joining and share what they have successfully done at school, and then come to basically share with us. We have the Globe Thailand Awards. We conduct the basically the ceremony that we can give the awards online, right there. So we innovate something that we people like, and really come to join us right here. And basically, this is the last year that we joined the regional meeting, online. And we still have like the webinars, that we join, with this is Dr. Desh, right here, that we come and basically join basically in every webinar, basically. And we have the publications on the symposium, on the water collaboration projects. We have the Globe STEM and the Student Research Exchange Program that we join. We have the publications in the mosquito awareness campaign right there. And, the tree protocol awareness, we have that. And two more things that I have, for this talk is that we actually join with the National Electronics and Computer Technology Center, we call NECTEC, which basically we're trying to do data science at school, using the GLOBE program, basically bring the idea of doing GLOBE through the data science. So basically we join, with the NECTEC, which is basically the agency in Thailand. And we have the MOU signing ceremony with them. So basically, we would like to take the GLOBE program, and encourage students to do research. And the last thing is that we are working with the U.S. Embassy, basically to really work with the disadvantaged school through our network, through our friends, university friends, long-time friends that work with us. And basically, we're probably going to do something great, right there. And this is pretty much, for all the GLOBE, programs that have been done in Thailand. But I just want to add one more thing, if you may. So we actually yesterday we put in all the pictures of you guys on the website and promote to do the PR as well. We have a very nice smile from everyone right there. And as I mentioned, this year are the 50th anniversary of IPST. So last week we actually had the opportunity to go to the palace, and we have the Princess Mahachakri Sirinthorn to preside at the opening ceremony for the 50th anniversary of IPST as well. So we basically have a lot of nice picture that, this is the deputy minister that came yesterday. We actually can get a chance to, join, with her to present our work, and basically the book, we have a lot of books, the textbook we can, show to her as well. Here is some of the last pictures that we have the online event. We have the on-site event with, small number of people in the palace. This is a Professor Sukit who came in the morning. And this is at the palace that we joined yesterday. And we actually had a chance, everyone from IPST, can join. This is Suvinai, if you can see right here. Let me find. There's a lot of people, that joined the program right there. All right. I think that's pretty much what I have. Thank you very much.
This is wonderful.
Question from Dr. Tony. Isn't there a history of Thai students going on to win the Stockholm Water Prize?
We have one group of students, that win the the big prize who that they received the award from the princess, you know, right there. And this is another big prize. So there are two prizes, you know, in the competition. And last year we won from the student that doing, you know, this globe,
Right.
you know, program as well.
So, but was there a previous year, 1 or 2 years, where students also won the Stockholm Prize, or no? I thought there was a number of years.
เราได้สองอันใช่ไหมฮะหรือว่าสามนะพี่หมูทำได้ปะ
เรา
สา
ได้
ม
the win โทษค่ะเราได้ the winner เลยนะคะ1แล้วก็ได้ดิโพมาเนี่ยรอบนี้คือรอบที่2ค่ะ
โอเค
ได้ the win ดิโพมา
Sorry.
นี่2ครั้ง
So we actually,
Yes.
okay. So actually we get 3 prizes. The big prize from the princess, we only get 1, and this is the second time that we get the diploma of excellence.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. All right. Thank you.
Any more questions, comments, and suggestions to someone say?
Okay. Maybe the next presentation, we will start the presentation will be ordered by alphabetical order,
Alexa,
right? So
stop.
so it should be Australia first.
Yeah, Bill.
Hi, I'll just share my screen. So before I begin my presentation, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we're meeting on today. And here in Adelaide, where I am, pay my respect to their elders past and present, and that will be the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains. So the program in Australia is, I suppose, not mainstream for the organisation that I work for. I work for the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, more commonly known as CSIRO. Probably one of the largest research organisations that's partly government funded, not entirely. And there's some idea of the key areas of research. The Education and Outreach business group that I'm with have been with CSIRO for just under 40 years now in various guises. And has gone through a variety of transformations over the years. Initially, we worked mainly with students, but probably the last 6 or 7 years, we've been working mainly with teachers and education departments and other organizations. So if you go, hello?
Sorry to disturb, but you are in a presenter's view. If you like to.
Pardon?
We are seeing a presenter view. We are seeing your slide and the next slide coming. So would you like to share in the slide share mode?
Yeah, hang on. So is that what you can see?
Okay, there is a button where the zoom section is. No, we are still seeing the presenter view. Go back to your slide and then you'll see a small desktop at the bottom of your screen, right hand side. Yeah, this one. If you click on that.
Yeah.
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 So you're just seeing the single slide now?
No, it's still showing the presenter view. I don't know what the problem is.
Hang on.
If you're comfortable doing this way, it's okay with us. No issues.
You see what happens there. It takes a while for it to load up. Yeah, still seeing the slide, the presenters.
Yeah, it's okay. Continue. No issues.
Yeah, no, that's
yeah.
okay. I'll carry on. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah.
So, as I mentioned, we've got an education business unit. So we've got probably 15 or so education programs. Some are catered for students, and some are primarily aimed at teachers. So we've got a mix of programs. Some are based on industrial experience, where we host teachers. And I don't know if you can see, depending on the size of the slide, you'll not be able to see all the detail. But in the bottom right-hand corner, CSIRO have, I suppose, guardianship is probably the best way of describing it, of the research vessel, which is used for marine research throughout the nation, really. But we tie every year, although like most education and I suppose any other things that involve public gatherings, has been fairly restricted by the impact of COVID. But we try to put at least 2 teachers on each of the voyages for the Educator on Board program, and they get a wonderful experience. And it could be anything from, you know, surveying penguins to, you know, work on the Great Barrier Reef. So a real variety of work, or a real variety of opportunities. But as you can see, circle at the bottom there, we've got the Globe program. So all these are links to individual programs. So I, Globe Team of One in Australia, I am the team, have advertised the program through a variety of outlets. We, as an education organisation, produce a newsletter that we put out to schools 4 times a year, so 1 per term, usually at the end of the previous term or early in the term. So here's a couple of, I suppose, media presentations on media outlets that I've used. The one on the left, so number 1, is just a piece at the beginning of this year. So that would have been sent out early in 2021, encouraging teachers to think about the Globe program in their schools. So we've got around 14,000 teachers actually on that mailing list. So a significant number of teachers, a mix across the STEM disciplines. The image that you can see on the right was to promote the Community Trees Challenge. This was a specific audience. Until the last 2 or 3 years, again impacted by COVID, we used to offer a, I suppose, STEM education professional development for teachers in the capital of Australia, Canberra, and they will come and spend a week residential, and they go up with CSIRO and researchers and a number of other organisations in Australia as part of their professional development. So that particular group's got quite an active alumni, and they communicate through a Facebook page. So this is a post that I put on Facebook targeting that particular group to get them involved, or to get them to think about using Globe in their teaching programs. So here's another couple of examples. So with the SMAP mission, the NASA SMAP mission, again, this was sent out through a variety of different media outlets. So using things like the Space Agency and the CSIRO newsletters, because you may not be aware that the Space Agency actually approached CSIRO just over 2 years ago, because they were interested in I suppose, kickstarting the Globe program again in Australia. As part of one of their strategic pillars is to engage. So the Space Agency are doing their best to engage with the public, I suppose, raise the profile of the Space Agency and the work that they're doing in Australia. And one of the tools that they identified to be able to do that was the Globe program. They don't have the infrastructure to do that, to engage. We've got a national footprint, and we've been around, as I say, for close to 40 years. So we've got a good network within the research community and the education community. So they came to CSIRO to see if we would be interested in partnering with them. And of course we were. It's a really good program. So we've got an agreement with them for another 18 months or so to run the program in Australia. And then of course, we'll review the whole situation after that. Unfortunately, as you've just heard from Thailand and the Philippines, Globe's had quite a significant, or COVID rather, has had quite a significant impact on Globe, particularly for us trying to roll out a new program in Australia and convince teachers that it is something worth integrating into their teaching programs, while of course they're trying to deal with all the vagaries of COVID and online and hybrid teaching and all the other challenges that go along with the COVID. So again, you know, this is information that we send out to teachers. You can see we've got 4 webinars. I've done a significant number of webinars this year because we're unable, apart from one opportunity we had to deliver face-to-face presentations with teachers and the education community. So here just gives you some idea. And again, these have got links to individual, and each of those links has details about that particular webinar. Some have been fairly generic, so introduction to Globe more generally, and some have been more specific, because feedback that I've had from teachers as well is that, you know, some of the teachers are interested in specific protocols or specific spheres. So we've tried to accommodate those teachers by delivering, I suppose, more targeted webinars. So here's just an example of a really small snapshot of some of the things that I've actually done this year for Globe. So the top left-hand corner was a presentation done to a group of environmental education, so an environmental education network that are based in New South Wales, which is probably the most populous state in Australia. Again, well received. You know, these people are looking for something novel to use in the classroom, so the idea of collecting environmental data is obviously got an appeal to them. The top right-hand corner, so number 5, a couple of slides from a presentation I did during Open Access Week this year. So we were approached, or I was approached by Open Access Australasia, and we were looking at, you know, like interface between open access science and citizen science. And we were asked, or I was asked, to do a presentation and do a talk around Globe, and how Globe might complement open access science, and how the two can work together, citizen science and open access. So a real opportunity to speak to researchers in that particular case, and a number of educators that are involved in open access. The bottom image is from a presentation again that I gave in this particular case, specifically a citizen science. So this was the Australian Citizen Science Association conference, again virtual, like most things these days. This happened in September, I think, from memory, and again, well received, a well attended conference, and certainly that organisation are now looking at the potential of doing conferences as a hybrid model, so a face-to-face, but if you like, live webcasts as well, so that people that can't travel or you know, can't, I suppose, meet the costs, are still able to attend these conferences. And all these conferences are pretty well attended. From the top of my head, I think the Open Access Australia conference has had well over 100 attendees now. And of course, that's on YouTube, so people can go and visit that anytime they like. Also with the Citizen Science conference, again, you know, anyone that subscribed to the conference that was unable to attend at the time, all the presentations were recorded and they'll be available for 3 months post-conference. And again, the City of Ryde Environmental Education Network has as close to 70 or 80 members in that network. The other thing, as I said, I've done is been active in trying to, I suppose, keep the momentum, because this has obviously been a challenge where other people have got, you know, other, I suppose, challenges to deal with. So the top image was
Hello.
Yeah.
Bill.
Did Bill freeze?
We
I
can't hear
think,
you.
yeah, I think
No,
he
a technical glitch on Flynn's side, I suppose.
yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Is that bill finished?
No, but he has some internet issue, so he's out of the meeting right now. Maybe we should wait a few seconds so he can join us back.
Okay, almost finished. So try to piggyback off national events so that people can see that. So just I suppose a summary of how active I've been, you can see we've got 11 webinars from this year, 202 attendees in total. We managed one face-to-face conference. What else have we got? We've got 126 teachers now registered to the program or have accounts, 51 members, including 6 members that have been e-trained in the last 12 months. We've actually got one candidate trainer, which is going to be a real bonus for us because we've actually got one trainer here in Australia. We've got 4 schools supporting Globe and just over 2,700 untrained Globe observers. So what else have we been doing? The question that we constantly get is, does the program fit with Australian curriculum? So we've continued to map, or I've continued to map the curriculum. We now have the Globe program fully mapped to the Australian curriculum from year 4 through to year 10. Again, you know, most of the activities, no, that's unfair. A reasonable number of the activities are aimed at the Northern Hemisphere. So I've looked at that and looked at how we can modify that so it appeals to schools that are in the Southern Hemisphere. Green Up, Green Down is a perfect example where most of the flora in Australia is evergreen, mainly because of the climate, but we have got plants or trees where you can perform the Green Up protocol. What I've also done as well, I suppose, to increase the potential for using that is produce a teaching outline, if you like, or a scheme where teachers can see at a glance where it fits with curriculum, where it fits in that particular, where the protocols are. So the protocols, the classroom activities that fit with that particular protocol or that activity, and some suggested activities around that. So here are my priorities. As I say, we're not a team. Unfortunately, I don't have any connection to government. It would be great if I could get our Prime Minister involved in this to advocate. But these are my goals or priorities for 2022. Obviously, to recruit more schools, increase the activity, the level of activity, really work well with the Space Agency to develop a communication plan. Look at how we can support schools and teachers collecting through data collection kits, particularly environmental data, delivering more teacher PL, look at other Globe youth who use the possibilities. I'm looking at getting things like botanic gardens involved so they can recruit general public to go and do some data collection in the botanic gardens. And I would really, really like to develop a particulates protocol using data loggers. So just some idea of the kind of things that we talked to about teachers. These are the options for the Globe program for collecting data. So you don't need specialist equipment for some of the programs. If you're doing cloud observation, obviously I'm preaching to the converted. All you need is a key or the mobile phone app. And this is what I tell teachers, the advantages of the program. This is what they'll get from it and their students will get. And that's Australia, fairly active for a team of 1. Thank you.
Any question?
Any question to Bill?
Sorry about the presentation.
Okay, seems no question. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, so Mal, shall we continue with the next presentation?
Okay.
Okay, so I believe Maldives will go next. Or does Bhutan have any presentation to share with us?
Please. Request for Shan to make presentation from Maldives.
Oh yeah, Shan is here. Okay.
Shan.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, due to some power shortage, the internet connection is pretty bad at my workplace. IT people are working on fixing it, so I might disconnect on the way. I apologize for that in advance. Due to the current COVID-19 situation in Maldives, the Omicron is the third wave. We are hitting the third wave, and there are a lot of people getting positive. Even at my work, like 3 of us are at work. Everyone else either positive or direct contact. They are staying at home. So since this week, only 3 of us are at work. So we are very busy at work. Like 22 of them are at home, either positive or due to direct contact. And even last year in Maldives, we were like almost the whole year, we didn't have the schools were closed, and teaching was carried out online. And Ministry of Education has had very strict guidelines on any extracurricular activities or any other activities other than the online lessons. So there wasn't much that we could do, but towards the end of the year, the schools were open, and one of the schools requested to conduct an awareness session about coral reef and underwater creatures and all such things. So I went and gave a presentation to them. Around 40 students took part in the session from the school, and it was a very successful event. But the school has not yet signed up for signed up as a globe school, and I have requested them to sign up as a globe school and upload the information to the globe website also. And apparently that was the only thing that we did that involves students of the schools. And other than that, I've been contacting the current globe schools and asking them to start work or start collecting some kind of data. But due to the strict regulations of Ministry of Education, they couldn't involve any student in any activity other than the online sessions. So it's very difficult for us to conduct, it was very difficult for us to conduct anything last year, but this year, I think it will be different. But currently, because of the third wave, COVID-19 third wave in Maldives, there is restrictions in schools also again. It's for some grades, they have to go alternative days to school. And some classes with more students, they have split the class into 2. So one day, one batch will be going to class. The next day, the other batch will be going to class. So there are strict regulations, but I'm hoping that by the end of February, things will calm down in Maldives and it will slowly come back to the new normal. We don't call it normal anymore. It's called the new normal. So we are hoping to go to the new normal and start some work this year, because from the training program that we held in Maldives a couple of years back, Dr. Desh and some trainers came and we conducted a training, and the teachers are eager to start the work. But with these COVID restrictions, they were not able to start any work, but I'm hoping that they will start the work for collecting data involving students this year. So it's only end of February. Only end of January, so I'm hoping that things will go good. And I'm sorry I didn't have any slides to present. When Dr. Desh messaged also, I said that I'm very busy and I don't think I'll be able to even join the session, but I just took some time off. I was supposed to attend a meeting 5 minutes ago, but I just wanted to give the presentation and then leave for the meeting. Thank you very much. And if there's any question, yes, of course, I can.
Sean, thank you very much for joining us. I know in your office where you have 4 people, 3 are corona positive, you are the only one. First thing, I wish you take care and be healthy and safe, which is very important for us, that take your health care. And please be away from your corona patients and your colleagues, those who are positive. And also, as we discussed, that hopefully we will have this expedition to the sea in April. If we won't have face-to-face, then we will try to do it virtual expedition and see that how we can do that. And we always remember the great hospitality we had in Maldives during our expeditions. And thank you very much again joining us. And hopefully we will keep in touch. And then I wish you all safe and healthy life. Thank you, Sean.
Thank
If
you
any
very much.
question to Sean?
But I will try to join. I will try to join the meeting after the meeting that I'm going at the moment.
Please,
Yeah.
please join us.
Thank
at
you very
least,
much.
Yeah. Tomorrow we will discuss about our future programs, and please join us. Thank you very much, Sean. Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Now,
try to join even today, sometime later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Can I have this presentation for the Japan slide?
Yes. Just are you see? Did you guys see the slide?
No, I don't see that. No, I don't see the Japan slide.
Okay.
I can see it.
I can also see that.
Okay, so this is
Okay, now yeah. This is the summary of this Japan presentation. Okay, this is Romeo. She sent me the presentation so that I summarize this report in one slide, and at least I want to share her work which they are doing. In fact, Dr. Tomayo, she's on leave, and she will be, she's on maternity leave, and she will join after that a few months. And then I like to share, Japan Center organized the virtual meeting on 28th July. Globe teachers and some students gathered to the meeting and gave presentations about their Globe activities. They usually have their regularly organize their meetings, and their meetings are in Japanese, and they translate for us in English. Globe staff explained the relationship between the SDGs and Globe program, and encourage their activities towards achievement of sustainable development goals. That is a UN activity which is for 1 decade. The member of the US Embassy in Tokyo, Mr. Cody Wiles, also gave some comments and encouraged Globe teachers and students to continue their observations activities. In fact, Globe Japan work very closely with the US Embassy in Tokyo. The staff members, the school visit, the staff members of the Globe Japan Center. In fact, the Globe office in Japan, they call it as a Globe Center. Globe Japan Center visited the new Globe School, Tokyo Bukai University, Koganai Secondary School on 19th of November. They visited the observation sites and gave the Globe teacher and students some advice. So that is how they made some visit to the school and also help them to implement the program. Globe workshop in autumn, 30th of October, they organized one Globe workshop. Globe staff teachers gave lectures on the Globe protocols, atmosphere, hydrosphere, pedosphere, and biosphere to school teachers, university students, and local people. The participants were interested in globe activities, and 11 participants got globe teachers accounts after the workshop. Out of them, they have now 11 teachers, they have the globe stars, globe accounts after this workshop. Globe workshop, they on 26th of December, they again organized one globe workshop, which are the teachers and like something like the protocols, atmosphere, hydrosphere, pedosphere, and biospheres. They were included in the program, and teachers from 9 schools and around 12 teachers and the university students took part in this workshop. That was their latest activity they have. I wanted to brief some of the activities which Dr. Tamayo sent. And in fact, Globe Japan regularly hold programs, activities, data feeding, contribute to the data to the globe, and also organize meetings and then school activities. And hopefully when she's back, will be more active. And that is in brief, I wanted to report to you about the globe activities in Japan on the basis of the report which the country coordinator has sent. In fact, in absence of Dr. Tamayo, the staff in the Japan Center, 3 of them, they will be working sort of a team as a globe coordinator. And when she's back, she will take over as a globe country coordinator. That was just to report from Japan. Thank you very much. If any questions, so that I can react, or I can request Dr. Tomoyo to send details to us. Is okay? Then may I request Yoginder from Nepal? Yoginder?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because Samansari told me to take over, so it's okay.
Okay, can you see my email
Yeah.
presentation?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think most of the things are already explained by Dr. Des and during the training information sharing, because most of the information are very similar, because we have been jointly attending every meeting, every program. So most of the programs are very similar, but still there are a few programs which we were succeed to do during this difficult situation also. So I think it is good to share. As I have been sharing about the ECA where I do work and representing Globe. It was established in 1987 and also pioneer of the Children Nature Club in Nepal in 1992. And through each and every Globe program, we go through the Nature Club. That's why we have been providing training for the youth and also to the Nature Club members. And for the approaches and projects, programs, what we have been doing in Nepal, we have received many awards from Government of Nepal for the first environmental organization in 1991 and also 2001 for environmental activities, an International Rolex Award for our methodology. And we have been promoting different technologies. So we were able to receive Global Development Marketplace award also from Washington DC, USA, and also in 2007 Tech Museum Award for the category of economic development for promoting solar tuki displacing kerosene lamps in Nepal. And also now we are promoting since 2008 through this Nepal Development Marketplace, where we were succeed to show the technology of safe drinking water of making chlorine in school and in household. And the Nature Conservation Award we received from Nepal Academy of Science and Technology for providing continuous platform for the youth in conservation in 2014. And there are many more from other organizations also. And this is the approach which we use from expert to youth, youth to children, children to community. And during GLOBE program, we normally use from youth, children, and community activity. So you can see from this photograph also that experts training the youth and youth providing training to the local youth, and those trained youth will go to school and the school children will go to the community. In that way, we share all information which we learn, we do. So ECA has different field of work. So we have been working in environment, climate change, disaster management, nutrition, food security, depending on the situation of the local area, education for sustainable development and school environment, where we inbuild, integrate GLOBE activity, and same with childless and development. And also we promote appropriate technology and renewable energy, where we use GLOBE, and water sanitation and hygiene in WAS, where we use GLOBE activities. And of course, after the earthquake, we are more focused on redevelopment and reconstruction also. So when we talk about the GLOBE program, we are also now 22 years. We launched GLOBE in Nepal in March 3, 2000. So it's almost 22 years now. And ECA is representing as a country coordinator, and we are working with the governments and private schools. In 2021, we were succeed to work only with the 20 schools, but in 2022, now we are focusing more less because of this COVID. Most of the schools are closed, so we are succeed to work with only 5 schools. And of course, funding status is we are funding from ECA self-funding. And this in 2021, we got support from YLSS for this GLOBE program in coordination with the US Embassy, Kathmandu. And we have been promoting implementing these 4 protocols: atmosphere, hydrology, land coverage, and mosquito. So just to give the continuity of this JICA education and prevention program, in even in 2021, we were successful to implement 3 training on GLOBE protocols and mosquito awareness in East Nepal, and which I presented in the previous regional meeting also, because it is in 2021. And these are all explained by Dr. Desh, that we took part in all virtual activities, webinars, and also I got opportunity to present wetlands in Nepal and Lake Pokhara expedition, how it was and how could it be in future, that we presented and we shared. And these are the webinars we participated together with all our country, GLOBE countries. In 2021-20, after COVID, we were more focused on COVID awareness and prevention program in our GLOBE schools. And those GLOBE schools, children's nature clubs and school teachers are learning how to make chlorine and sanitizer in their schools. So we have provided more than 50,000 marks and supplying chlorine to build confidence to reopen the school in most of the rural areas and in urban areas. So when we talk about the GLOBE Plus Post program, we had one meeting with the American Embassy where we talk about the this wireless support, and and then we received this. These are the materials we received from the wirelesses to American Embassy, and we have distributed to 5 schools already. So you can see the GLOBE Plus program, orientation and handover program. And this is one of the schools which we visited last time during our Pokhara expedition. Now they are taking data, and also yesterday they presented their presentation also. So for this, this time we had problem with the youth because most of the youth are not coming out from the home. And that's why we have to, again, provide globe training for the youth so that we can continue globe activity in the school. So this time we have provided 25 youth training on January. So now we can involve these youth in the school, but unfortunately, again, the school was closed until the next announcement from the government. So we are not able to run further programs. However, most of the schools are focused on annual curriculum and exams after COVID lockdown. So their priority is more on that. And the parents are also not so confident to send their children for the school program. So we were more waiting for the new normal, as Syed said. So the way forward is now still we are trying to increase the participation in private schools, developing programs regarding the GLOBE protocols, increase number of trainings, students, teachers, and youth on GLOBE protocols, organize orientation interaction programs on GLOBE program for implementation for like-minded organization, organize sharing workshops for government representatives and stakeholders, integrate GLOBE activities in Paris ongoing programs and new proposals, and develop monitoring and mechanism for consistent data entry in GLOBE website. So these are still we are attempting and we are doing our best. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoginder, for your wonderful activities which you are doing. And I know this COVID is really something which is very strange, but I'm very thankful to you for your leadership and then the activities which are carried out in Nepal. And I can see some active schools and the students, they are taking participate, and congratulations for the Globe Plus grant that Dr. Dixon's foundation has given. That is the way that developing some collaborative activities with his foundation in Nepal and the participation of the US Embassy in Kathmandu. Thank you very much for all that what you have been doing for Globe. And hopefully we will be able to have this Pokhara expedition sometimes in September, October. Any question to Yoginder? Any comments or any suggestion to Yoginder? Thank you, Yoginder. If there is none, then may I request Damayanti from Sri Lanka? Damayanti? Dami?
Yes.
Please.
Yes, Dr. Desh. Okay, I will share my slides. Enter. Okay. I'm Damayanti, country coordinator from Sri Lanka, and these are the actually we have cooperating agencies like organizations like we have 9 provinces and nine provincial departments of education, and also the Central Environmental Authority and government universities, as well as other some of the organizations who help us continuously, like MAS Holdings, and we are funded by the government of Sri Lanka, the consolidated fund, and we have 122 schools, but some are now inactivated. Even the last year, most of them are them couldn't enter the data as well, and also 161 teachers. And we have prepared 4 stepwise guides, and based on the Globe handbook, and you can see this. Though we have introduced the mosquito protocols, but our own with our own funds, but we couldn't continue it, and we do the basic, that not basic, but the advanced, even some of the advanced protocols under these 4 disciplines. Then globe activities that done in, we are doing here, and actually that is main, we can do it categorized under 2 sections. And then under the expanding the program, we thought of expanding and actually the quality improvement. Then under the expanding, we thought of conduct online, actually we conducted online teacher training programs, especially refresher training for the globe teachers under these 4 main disciplines, and also the capacity building for teachers on student research projects. So we have done some of the programs physically, but face-to-face, but most of them are online. Then we have done online. Then especially we conduct the program for the education officers, those who are doing the monitoring in all provinces. Then the quality improvement of the program under this appointed regional monitoring officers, as I said, and we have already given them the training, and also the student project evaluation program and the sustainable development program. This is being conducted in collaboration with the MAS Holdings Sri Lanka, with the globe students and teachers to conservation, actually for conservation of and management of energy, biodiversity, water conservation and waste management, and especially for smart agriculture. So this is going well, and we do some of the collaboration with the Environmental Pioneer Program that is conducted by the Central Environmental Authority in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, and we are the actually the center point of this from the ministry. And the tree planting programs in parallel to other you know that there are many environmental days, and in parallel with this we are doing some of these and we are conducted the last year even some of these tree planting programs. You can see some of the pictures that we have done in collaboration with the Central Environmental Authority and as well as the MAS Holdings. And this is actually the student training program, student awareness program on especially the climate change and so on. So that the challenges actually that we have had these, you know, that all of us faced the COVID-19 pandemic situation, and the schools were closed, and that is the main problem we had, and lack of limitation of the capital funds to purchase equipment, because we are the one who is purchasing equipment for schools, and lack of internet facilities for data entry, and also difficult to allocate extra time within the school hours for this because for the research work especially, because all the teaching and learning activities have done and still doing some of the activities online. So the way forward is actually we hope to do the following activities: provide globe equipment to all of the schools, and provide financial assistance to weather units to build, set up weather units in schools, and also continuation of student research projects, project evaluation programs, and projects evaluation program also, and conduct national globe learning expedition, and strengthening elementary globe for primary classes, and also expanding student project through environmental pioneer program in collaboration with the, as I said, Central Environmental Authority. And also we hope to continue the tree planting programs and commemoration of special environmental days with the globe students and teachers, and contribution of regional collaborative projects. We hope this time, I think with Dr. Desh and Indian team and the Thailand and also other countries as well, we will be able to do something on research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Damayanti, for your wonderful presentation. I can see that COVID has been really something which have been trying to stop us, but I'm happy that still we have been doing a lot of activities, and can see that. Thank you very much again, and then I hope.
Thank you, Dr. Desh.
We will be more active after this corona is gone. In fact, Dabi from Palau, she was here. She got disconnected from her internet, and she's trying to connect, but she's not able to connect. And I hope I will share her report. I will send it to every one of you by email. Now I request participant country coordinator from Republic of Korea to make his presentation.
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Okay, yes, her presentation, yes.
Oh, I think the internet connection is a little slow, so can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, thank you. I think I need to continue. All right, hello all. My name is Grace Eunhae Park. I'm a delegate from South Korea, Republic of Korea. Actually, the coordinator of South Korea is my colleague Stone Kim, but I'm gonna give you the information of how Korea is doing with the GLOBE program briefly here today on behalf of him. So thank you so much for inviting us to GLOBE Asia Pacific Virtual Regional Meeting, and this is a country report of Republic of Korea. I'm going to give you a brief information about our institute first. So KOFAC is now acronym for the Korea Foundation for the Advancement of Science and Creativity. We were founded in 1967, so it's more than 50 years so far. So it is one of the most, we have relatively long history here in Korea. It's a government-affiliated institute under the Ministry of Science and ICT, and we also work very closely with the Ministry of Education as well. Our mission is to promote a scientific culture and cultivate students of creative talents. Based on this mission, we have 3 important goals, and the first one is to take the lead in culture of science and technology through active public engagement, raising public awareness of science knowledge, and help them think and act based on science knowledge. And secondly, to foster multi talented leaders who take the lead in the first industrial revolution by reinforcing science, mathematics, and informatics education, as well as STEAM education here in Korea. So we authorize textbooks, science, math, and computer science education textbooks. And we develop a lot of learning and teaching materials as well. And we provide teacher training programs, and we hold a lot of large-sized science festivals or education festivals as well here in Korea. And this is it's a historical trajectory of our institute from the 1960s to 2020s. And these are old pictures of us providing a lot of different kinds of events related to scientific culture and education as well. It's our history of participation in the GLOBE program. We have two different periods from the 1995 and to 2005. It's the first period of GLOBE, and there was a little pause till 2016, and it's the beginning of the second period. And in 2019, we held GLOBE Asia Pacific Regional Meeting of Country Coordinators. You can see the people here, the picture, I brought the picture to say hello. We held this event here in Korea, Seoul, the capital city. This was only 1 year before the COVID-19 broke out. So this was a great opportunity, maybe almost the last opportunity for us to meet in person and inspire one another. And I hope this pandemic comes to an end soon so that we could see each other again anywhere in one of your countries and celebrate ourselves, sharing knowledge and experiences together. This is the history of participation from 2016 to the present time. This is a number of the projects: atmosphere, hydrosphere, biosphere, pedosphere. And as you can see here, there is a fluctuation of the numbers because the project is supported by the Ministry of Science and ICT and the Ministry of Education as well. But the financial support and attention to this certain project varies from year to year, so there is a little fluctuation. And in 2021, there were 15 schools and teachers and 55 students had participated in the project last year. And we had 6 elementary schools and 4 junior high, middle schools, and 5 high schools. And this is in Korea, actually, we have a lot different variety of projects for youth, teenagers, and students. So it's kind of a part of our youth science club project. So it's not the actually not the major program we are holding. It's part of it. And in 2020, we did provide teacher training session for teachers, and 21 teachers were certified. And on the right hand side, you can see the measurement data collection page. We taught teachers how to correctly, accurately use this system and guide students to correctly participate in this program. And in 2021, we had 2 virtual workshops in July and August, and we had a few mid-report assessment, final report assessment, and we had virtual fair in Metaverse in October 30th to 31st. And this was really fun experience for us to hold this Metaverse because maybe thanks to or due to COVID-19 pandemic, we could not meet in person and hold large-sized festivals. So we decided to go online virtually. And then in this case, maybe we thought it'd be great to invite, Metaverse staffs together. So it's more like a cartoon-like experience, but it was very fun. It was like a for the first time experience to hold these science festivals virtually in Metaverse. And we have challenges and opportunities here to participate in the GLOBE program in Korea. Actually, there is a little lack of financial support since 2021, but we are trying to restore financial support in the future. And we need to encourage teachers and students to take part in the GLOBE program more than the previous years. And we are trying to improve the quality of reports for each project. And this is pretty much it. I hope this pandemic comes to an end soon so that we could meet in person and share our experiences together. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Grace, for your presentation and also explaining the activities in the Republic of Korea. We remember we were in Seoul at the regional meeting. We had wonderful hospitality of Korean, and it was great opportunity for us to all meet, all of us. And thank you very much for that. And hopefully, sure, I agree with you. We should all meet face to face sometimes, somewhere, so that we can interact better. You know, one of the advantages and disadvantages of this virtual meeting is that when you are in the office, you are called for a meeting, you have many other things to do. But when you are face-to-face meeting in some other place, then you are all the time busy with the meetings. Here you are coming, going, and things like that. Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation. Any comments and question to Grace? Any question or any comment? Okay, Grace, thank you very much. And hopefully, I'm sure that we will actively continue our activities and more close interaction with our CEO. And if you need any of our help, please don't hesitate.
Thank you so much. We'd love to invite you guys all again sometime, and then we could enjoy all the fun things here in Korea together. And then we'd love to wait for any invitation from any one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now may I request Professor Paliam from Taiwan partner, Global partner Taiwan, for his country report.
Okay, Tina, please share the screen. Tina? Hello, Tina, can you share your screen?
Now it is better.
Because I am attending Taiwan International Science Fair meeting in Taipei, and Tina stay at NCU. Tina? Tina?
Wait a second, please. Okay.
Can you see?
You'll see.
That's the one. From the first page.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon and maybe good morning. Yeah. This is Taiwan report. I am Peiren Lin from National Central University. I am also the Taiwan Global Country Coordinator. Next. Next. Okay. Currently, global school in Taiwan, we totally have 60 global schools, and we have around 3,000 global students and 150 teachers. Actually, in the past few years, we already have 1.6 million data entries. Next. Yeah, because currently we have 60 global schools. We hope to increase 10 to 15 global schools in this year. So now we are inviting new schools to join GLOBE program. The deadline is February 11. We hope at least 10 to 15 schools can join with us. Next. For the routine observations in Taiwan Global Program, we conduct the whole items, include pressure, cloud protocol, relative humidity, precipitation, digital multi-day maxima and minima air and soil temperature, surface temperature. We also deploy some Davis automatic weather station in some global schools. We also launch water transparency protocol, electricity conductivity, water pH value, and dissolved oxygen. Several schools also focus on the mosquito habitat mapper, vegetation cover, nitrate, salinity, transparency, water temperature, metric tree, carbon cycle. We in the past few months, we also increase school to do the microplastic monitoring. Next. Overall, to summary the activity in 2021, I have served as a member of 2021 Global Annual Meeting International Organization Committee to do some work to for the whole group to organize the whole program and agenda. Global Taiwan also co-organized top science student Earth Science Camp. We invite several important persons as the keynote speaker. For example, Dr. Everett Joseph. He is National Center. He is the director of National Center for Atmosphere Research, United States. And another key person is the director of the Central Weather Bureau in Taiwan. They are invited to deliver speeches during that top science student camp. We also continue conduct Global Plus Post project that is cooperated with the American Institute in Taipei. So we already launched 2 years. During the Global IVSS period, we have 19 teams to participate in the science fair. We also conducted Global STEM English Presentation Skill Workshop in last year. Next. Next. Okay. Everyone know we organized the 2021 Globe Asia Pacific Regional GLE. During that GLE, one Taiwan global student present their research result, and at the global annual meeting. 2 global student team joined Taiwan National Primary and High School Science Fair. That is a national science fair. The most important science fair in Taiwan for high school and elementary school students. We also cooperate with Global Microplastic Protocol Developing Team to conduct some workshop, also to promote the microplastic protocol application. Next. Next. Okay. For Global Plus Post project, we coordinated with American Institute in Taipei, in Taiwan, to apply for Global Plus Post project in 2020. And last year, we continued to conduct this program. In last year, 3 students report from 2 schools. That 2 new schools are the participant of the Global Plus Post project. They submit to report to 2021 Global IVSS and also got quite good performance. Next. Yeah, for last year, international in Global IVSS, Taiwan students successfully submit 29 research results and poster to IVSS. 10 of them from 6 schools earned 4-star award. So quite good for the student presentation. Next. Previous. Yeah. This figure shows the number of the IVSS project from Taiwan for the past 6 years. You can see from 2016 we have 6 report, 9 report, at 17, 11 for 18, and 2019 decreased to only 6. But during the COVID-19 period, we have a good research result. 13 research poster from at 2020, and last year we increased to 29 poster and research report. It looks quite good for the increasing rate. We hope this year at least we can maintain the number of the IVSS participant and reports. Next. Yeah, this shows a global STEM English presentation skill workshop. We cooperate with AIT, American Institute in Taiwan, to enhance global teachers and students English language teaching and learning. So AIT invite some skillful teacher to school and also to National Central University to guide the teacher and the student and to guide them how to present the research result. Next. Yeah, this shows the global Asia Pacific regional GLE. Because for international site by virtual, but in Taiwan, we have some student and teacher on site to participate. Totally, we have 125 Taiwan global student and teacher participant, 30 poster presentation by local global students. Next. Next. Yeah, for the international student part, we have 13 international student presentations, 10 online presentation, 6 by video and PPT, and 4 presentation directly by PPT, 3 on-site presentation from Taiwan. Totally, after the analytical data from management page, we have 59 accounts logged in, include country representative, presenter, and a scientist. Next. Total audience. From the management page, we find total audience is 548 participants. Some by meeting app, some by mobile app and a web app. Next.
Dr. Ling, we cannot hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you? Okay. One student team presented their investigation at the Global Virtual Annual Meeting. Their topic is exploring the effect of different open window modules on the concentration of carbon dioxide in the classroom. Next. We also conduct a sharing about the microplastic monitoring. One Taiwan teacher has been guiding students to study the microplastic topic for a long time. So we encourage him to guide the students to investigate the issue of marine plastic pollution. Also, we invite him to share his teaching with the microplastic monitoring practical team. Next. Taiwan teachers attended the microplastic monitoring workshop that was organized by a regional office. Time is August 20 and 21, and another 2 days is September 24 and 25. 8 Taiwan teachers attended and complete the microplastic monitoring training, which was hosted by the microplastic monitoring team. It also organized by a regional office. I think many teachers already learn some skill and also the technique how to conduct the microplastic monitoring protocol. Next. We conduct microplastic monitoring teacher training on November 6, 2021. Participants 15 teachers from 13 global schools. After that training, 12 schools start the teaching about the microplastic investigation. They also conducted some field investigation focus on the microplastic. Next. Combine global protocol and microplastic monitoring. Currently, Taiwan teachers are trying to combine the atmosphere protocol, hydrology protocol, and microplastic protocol to monitor the environment and also try to guide the students to do global investigation. Next. For this year global Taiwan planning, we are currently inviting new school to join global. We also keep co-working with American Institute in Taiwan and help students to improve their English presentation skill in scientific presentation. We also try to assist the global school to do the microplastic monitoring investigation. We encourage students to submit their global investigation report to 2022 Global IVSS. If the COVID-19 situation will keep safe and possibly we can conduct regional science, international regional science fair and invite all the Asia Pacific global country and teacher and a student come to Taiwan to participate in the science fair. But that should be depend on the situation of the COVID-19. Yeah, I think my report just ended here. Sorry for the environmental noise because I in the meeting room, outside the meeting room. Thank you.
Thanks for your invitation to the Asia Pacific Science Festival. And I hope the situation will improve and we will be able to visit wonderful country, 101 in Taiwan, and then we enjoy your hospitality. Thank you very much for your report. And then we always count on your support in our region. And what you are doing for Globe, that is wonderful. And thank you very much. Now I have one more report from Vietnam. Any questions, comments for Professor? Okay, then Chiu from Vietnam.
Thank you, Dr. Des. Good afternoon from Hanoi, everyone. I will be quick on my report because actually there is not much from Vietnam for the last year of 2021. First, I will report on how COVID-19 affects schools and global activities in the last year in my country. From January to April, schools were opened, but side activities, including scientific lab activities, were very limited. From April up till like the moment we are talking right now, all schools are still closed. Online study has created more works for teachers, students, and parents as well, which is resulting in small amount of data's contribution uploaded in 2021 from our country. There's only one active school in some of San citizens conducted measuring in observing data on sky conditions and mosquitoes habitats network protocols. In 2021, we have, with the support from the U.S. Embassy in Hanoi in the Department of State, the Globe Vietnam have received Globe basic atmosphere and hydrology equipments in the third and the fourth quarter of 2021, according to the Globe Post Plus initiative. But sadly, because of the COVID situation, we haven't got any chance to distribute the equipment to any school yet. The plan forward in 2022 is really depends on the situation of COVID, how it's going to be. The time for school reopening is not yet defined. That's why until now we don't know when the kids will come back to school, when school will open again. So our plan for the next year, actually this year is really, we are not so ambitious. Once the school open again, we just want to get the current club schools back to their daily club activities, and to do their job. We don't have any plan of inviting new school. We just want to focus on the current school to do their to do good work in 2022, which really depends on the COVID situation. That's a very short report from me. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Theo, for your very brief report and the situation in Vietnam. I hope many of our activities in the regions, they have been having direct impact from COVID-19, but still we are very active in our region. I just get a message from Pulao Devi. She just got disconnected. She won't be able to make her presentation. Her report is with us, and we will circulate that so that any question, any comments, any suggestion on the reports. We have presented 11 reports, and one report is Devi from Pulao. 12 reports we have. Any comment, any suggestion? Please feel free to, anyone who want to make any comments or any suggestion, please. Okay, before we wind up today, Tony, you want to say a few words before we wind up for today? Tony is here.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Tony, any comments?
I think it's again a great sign of all the work that's been going on, even in these difficult conditions, and the reliance on virtual platforms for doing that work, I think will really stand to us in the future as that technology develops more and has added capabilities. I think it will really increase the program's capability to be able to support more schools with those platforms, and more countries perhaps in the region and so on. So I think it's going to be great to see the country reports and find those on the website, and because we were actually just talking about those today in a different venue for a different region, but the same type of arrangement is happening with those. So it'll be exciting to see those in greater detail. And I think NASA as well will also be interested in looking at those.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
Yep.
We will send all the reports to all the participants and also to GIO.
Great. Thank you, Desh.
Yeah, we have that, all that all the reports are compiled, and we can send it today or tomorrow to GIO, and also we will upload it to the Globe website, and we'll send it to all the country coordinators. And if I look up the time is really, we are like 1 minute behind. So I would like to wind up for today, for all the country reports and all the participation, everyone, GIO, Tony, everyone, all the presenters, the country coordinator, teachers, and everyone, and also IPST hosting us for the second day. So tomorrow we start up again in the morning tomorrow first session, we will have the working group presentation. All our working group members, they are going to make some presentation and have interaction with the country coordinators. And after that, we will have David O'Brien, who is going to give us the details of the data entry and the website, which will be very exciting. And for the new country coordinators and the teachers and the participants particularly, that will be very useful session. And after that, we will have a presentation on students exchange and regional cooperation activities and the regional campaigns which we plan to do in 2022. And after that, we have a session on global strategy planning and implementation. And we will have the help of Dr. Tony Murphy for this session. And after that, we will like to have this closing ceremony and also invitation from Rod to meet us in 2023 in Philippines. So that will be programmed for tomorrow. And any comments or any suggestion in the end again, if there is none, then thanking you all the participants, all the speakers, everyone.
A
And
group
so-
photo.
But yes. Also, we would like to discuss about capacity building project, and I will be requesting Tony to give us some, guidance on that. Maybe tomorrow will be the hectic day for us.
And tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
We will be having very hectic day tomorrow, and also our future 1 year activities, which we are going to discuss. If we don't have anything more to add, then should we close down our session?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Looking to see you in 101. Okay, then. Thanks for the day. So we conclude our meeting for the second day. So we meet tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning is 10:30 or
Thank you,
11.
everyone. Thank you.
So, Changa, yes. You want to say something?
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
No, not as such, but I would like to thank everyone for their great report. So looking forward for tomorrow's session. Thank you.
Any more, any comment, anybody? Okay. So we conclude the meeting today and thank you very much.